for judge, and clearly was involved in the redoing of the ordinance, Mr. Jefferson. And for some reason, I don't know how at the 12th hour, you're adding two things to a special meeting agenda where your ordinance says the only things you can speak about at a special meeting are the things on the special agenda. So I think we need some explanation for that, Your Honor. You're an attorney, he's an attorney. Mr. Jefferson's been around for over 20 years. Mr. Hill's had a couple of terms in office. Mr. Sampson is the new guy on the block. At the end of the special meeting on Monday at 9 o'clock at night, stuff was added to the agenda. You know, if you look up the definition of transact, in that case, it would be a discussion. And Mr. Koberlein played into that. The man that wants to be a judge was the city attorney and said it was okay to talk about this stuff at 9 o'clock when the public had no idea what was going to be spoken about, what was going to be brought up. Mr. Sampson's idea to help Mr. Warren after 9 o'clock at night to narrow this down to two candidates. You asked what notes. Anybody that looked at the meeting could see that this was prearranged, like a lot of the stuff that goes on. I don't believe Mr. Hill's involved in any of this crap. But this is an outrage. This should be something that the people that are watching it, all these city manager candidates should know what kind of rogue actions happen at the city council level, especially with this city attorney. I don't know if you guys aren't going to follow your own ordinances of what is required in a special meeting, how they expect to come here and survive. So I'm asking that these two items, unless you move to change the rules this morning, that this has no business being on the agenda. I don't even understand. Mr. Koberlein has this thing on here. He's going to talk about some sort of investigation and then says the information is exempt. So I respectfully request that these things be pulled from the agenda, that what you're doing is totally illegal when it comes to these two items, and that you follow your own rules. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bowden.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I would be redundant if I spoke long because I will be repeating most of what Mr. Warren said. I do want to make this observation that there's a fine line between consulting and influence. I appreciate and understand the whole consulting process. Believe me, I get it, and it makes sense. But I think we're at the point now that the consulting firm facilitates today's meeting, and if you narrow it down to 2 or 3 or whatever you ended up doing going forward, you know, questions and all those kind of things need to reflect what this council feels and want, and what this community feels and want. So I would say to you, be very careful in terms of how far you allow the consultant to go when it comes to choosing the next city manager. Not the next council manager, but the next city manager, because this person is going to serve people in this community. So, and on that matter, I would just say be very careful in terms of recognize the difference between consultant and influence. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll move into item 1, finally to be interviewed. Is Ms. Norlock available?
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Did you want to say anything at this time?
I do have a few things to cover in our orientation if you all are ready for that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as you know, we have 4 candidates that are scheduled to interview this morning. There is a schedule that was sent to you. I apologize for the revisions. The one that we are working off of is the one that starts at 8:30. And we have all 4 of them lined up for about 55 minutes each with a 5-minute break in between. And hopefully we'll wrap up around lunchtime. We were supposed to start with our first candidate about 8:45 on that schedule, but I just want you to know that I'll be the timekeeper, and we will allot 55 minutes for the candidate from the time we first let him in, and then we'll follow that. Now, as you know, some candidates talk fast, Some candidates not so fast. Candidates are aware of the allotted time. I've asked them to stay on topic and make sure that they're respectful of our time frame. So I will be timekeeping and even give a 2-minute warning if I need to somebody along the way, but I think we'll be fine. In between candidates, obviously we have to drop them off of the call and bring the next one on. But if we need a 2-minute or a 5-minute refresh break along the way or more, we will take that. So I don't want you to be concerned about the clock. It tends to kind of even itself out as we go. There's an ebb and flow to it. So I'm not concerned about that. I do want to remind you that if you have any alarms that might go off, this is a reminder to myself. Be cognizant of that. It might distract you or distract candidates or what have you. I also want to encourage you to wait until our debriefing session this afternoon before you talk amongst yourselves about candidates. Let's get through all of them, and then we can discuss all of them at once. I think that'll be helpful to everyone, and certainly for our time schedule also. There are questions that we have to stay away from. I'll give you samples, and I will be on the call, as will my associate Elliot. If we see we're going there, we'll speak up and throw our little imaginary red flag to say, we need to word that differently. But anything related to age, race, ethnicity, gender, marital status, there's just a lot of protected classes, as I'm sure that most of you are aware of, that we have to make sure that we do not ask any questions related to that. And I understand it's tempting because you're hiring a person and you want to know about them personally, but a candidate typically will offer something about them personally, so you do get to know them a little bit better, but we cannot ask questions related to those specific things. That said, I'll remind everybody to speak up, and I've reminded candidates to do this also. We do have some questions that I want to go over in just a minute. But a couple things I'd like to cover first are some forms that are in the interview booklet that we sent you. There's 2 forms I want to make mention of there because I think it will help us as we go through the process. It will help you to look at certain things about the candidate and make notation about those things. And we'll refer to those notes later today. I will remind you that any notes you take may become public record at some point, so be mindful of that. But I do want to cover these 2 forms quickly with you, and then we'll talk about questions and even next steps, what we plan to do from here going forward. So the first form I want to talk to you about is called a rating sheet. And you will find that rating sheet after each candidate's information. For instance, Mr. Glenn Adams is the first candidate in your booklet, and there's his resume and his cover letter. And then there is a rating sheet for Mr. Adams. And if you'll notice, there's just some different areas to keep in mind as he's interviewing. Things like, is he a right fit for the city? How are his communication skills? Is he personable? Did he prepare for the job? You do not have to fill these forms out. I am not going to ask for these. However, if it helps you to think about these things while you're interviewing them, by all means, refer to this page. The part that is, I think, important and will help me is at the bottom of that page. There's 2 statements down there. One is the strengths of this candidate for this position, and the other is any areas of concern that you have. If you would make a notation there or somewhere, it doesn't have to be there, but just make a mental notation or write it down somewhere that when we do debrief today, we can hone in on those areas and any notations you have there, any areas of strength you feel the candidate has, or any areas of concern you have. Areas of concern we can vet out further with references if needed to, but it's going to help us in our debriefing session. So that's one form I wanted to point out to you. Again, you don't have to use it. It's there if you like. The other form is a little interesting. It's in the very back of the book. It's the very last one. It's called a ranking sheet. And it just looks like a series of boxes, like a weird table, if you will. I'm going to quickly share with you how to use this. Again, you do not have to use this. If you do use it, you can change it. You're not married to it. It's just helpful sometimes when we have more candidates, more than 3 candidates. What it does is it just helps you to keep your first and top rankings throughout the process. So very quickly, and I'll explain this twice because I usually need to do that. If you're looking at that form, there's this lone box to the left, all by itself, one single box. And Mr. Adams' name goes in that box because he's our first candidate. After our second candidate interviews, Mr. Kaufman, you're going to move to the right to the second column, which has 2 boxes in it.
It's in the packet that was emailed out last night, Stu. Do you want my copies, Stu? Here, you can have my copies, Stu. They were in the packet last night, Stu.
Once the second candidate interviews, you move over to the second column and you decide which candidate, the first one or the second one you like best, and you put them in the top box and the other candidate in the second box underneath it. After the third candidate interviews, you move to the right to the third column and you decide who is your top pick, your next pick, and your next pick. And then by the time you get over to the fourth column and all 4 candidates have interviewed, you have what is a forced ranking of your preferred candidates of 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I'll go over that one more time real quickly. That lone box that's off to the left, put Mr. Adams' name in there. After Mr. Kaufman, our second candidate interviews, move to the right in that column and put whichever candidate you like best in the top box of that column. If it's Mr. Adams, put Mr. Adams in the top, Mr. Kaufman in the bottom. After the third candidate, you move right to the third column and you do the same thing going down. First, second, third, and then the last column. Those are the 2 forms that we provided that may be helpful to you and helpful to us when we debrief today. Is everybody following me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. I mentioned that it's important to speak up. I don't think we'll take time for introductions at the beginning of the meeting. I have already let candidates know who's on here, and so we'll jump right into questions. And I'll cover questions in just a minute. With regard to next steps, I just want to comment that ideally our next steps would be to invite candidates for in-person interviews with the city sooner than later. Whether that's 1 candidate, 2 candidates, 3 candidates, or 4 candidates is to be determined today. As part of that process, I would encourage you that we talk about during our debriefing what the next steps look like in our process. But I would encourage things like have the candidates meet with the department directors as a group. Have candidates meet with each council member for one-on-one time, even if it's just 30 minutes each. Have candidates interview again with the full council in a group setting. Have candidates have a community meeting, a meet and greet, or what have you, where there can be a question and answer session between community members and candidates. Certainly open it up some, if you will, not ask the same set of questions to candidates, but rather drill down to questions that are specific to that candidate that you are considering. With that, if you're ready, I'm going to move on to questions unless somebody has a question for me at the moment.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
I understand Mr. Adams is first. Why do
Yes, he is.
Why do we need to put his name in here first?
Because you are just keeping your ranking of candidates after they interview. It means nothing. It just means he's first. That's all.
Okay.
Now, after the second candidate, then we start to compare candidates. And again, you do not have to use that. If you have any trouble with it, I can answer those questions, or maybe if Audrey wants to text me, I can help her to help you too.
Oh, I mean,
if you have any questions about it.
My thing was just why was his name to be first? I mean,
yeah, it's just because he's first.
Mr. Thomas,
It doesn't give, yeah, it doesn't give him any ranking or anything like that.
Okay.
It does not. He's first before he interviews, and that's it. After that, he may not be.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, that's all I have.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the set of questions I sent you. I did not receive any revisions or any follow-up questions or anything from anyone to make changes on these questions. These are a good solid set of questions that will cover a lot of territory. The truth is candidates should understand what you're asking from these questions. They're a bit open-ended, but that's on purpose. They need to interpret these and understand, what do you want to know as a council? So we'll learn not only from their answers, but how they interpret these questions also. As you can see, some may take longer than others. Number 3 has 4 bullet points, comment on your experience with each of these areas. Boom, 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 boom. So it may take a little longer on that question, but we'll make up the time on a different question. We don't have to be concerned about that. I think these are all important questions to ask. I would suggest, and I'll take your lead on this, Mayor, however you would like to do this. Typically, what I suggest is, Mayor, that you as mayor welcome the candidate, jump right in and ask the first question, and then we can rotate to your right, and the next council person take the second question, and the next, the third, and then circle around and come back around and just keep cycling through council members until we get to all the questions, until they're all done. And then the last question, Mayor, defers, I would say that comes back to you, so you can wrap this up, if you will.
Okay, there's 4 of us and there's 12 questions, so I think we'd all ask 3 questions.
Okay, that sounds good. Now, I want to make it very clear that if someone doesn't answer your question clearly, and you need them to clarify it, or you need to ask a follow-up, they say something and it opens something else up, and you need to clarify that, then please, let the mayor know or let the candidate know that you have a follow-up or a clarification question. If you have one, more than likely other people are thinking the same thing. And what we don't want is for you to have a bunch of lingering questions when we're done. This round is an introductory interview. We still have a lot of yardage to go, but this is to decide who you want to bring in and really dig down deeper with. I think you'll learn a lot in this process. I think you'll recognize who you want to do that with and who you do not. The only other question that is not on here, if you're inclined to ask it, we can add it. But I looked through all the candidates and it would apply to all of them, is, give us a quick rundown of the circumstances surrounding your departure from your previous employer. The other question that I like, but candidates are going to address it, I'm going to tell them, if it doesn't come up in the interview, to address it in question number 12 when you ask them, is there anything you would like to add or clarify? What I'm telling candidates, if you have not already made known why you want to come to Lake City, that's a really good time to do that, because that's an important question. So they will be sharing that more than likely. As I said, I don't think we have time for candidates to ask you questions today. That's something, and even one candidate said, all my questions would be, more pointed for an on-site interview if I'm afforded that. So they know what they need to know, but as a courtesy, sometimes we offer them an opportunity to ask questions. So that's it. I know I've rattled on a lot here. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with the questions and that you're comfortable with Mayor starting and circling back around until we're finished.
Okay.
That said, what I suggest is much like the mayor asking the first question, that each of you introduce yourself when your question comes up, so the candidate will know who they're talking with. They already know that, but it'll save us time as far as introductions are concerned.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. With that said, we're going to let our first candidate in. I'll turn him over to you. I'll greet him quickly and then turn him over to you, Mayor.
Okay.
Hi, Glenn. Renee Norlock.
Okay, Mr. Adams, welcome and thank you for applying and being here this morning. I'm Steve Witt. I'm the mayor of the city, and I wanted to greet you and ask you the first question. We have had an opportunity to review your resume. Take a few minutes to briefly explain from your perspective how your background prepares you for this position.
Well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate this opportunity. I really am excited about becoming a city manager for Lake City. So the crazy thing about my resume is that you will see that for almost 30 years, I wasn't in city management. And in truth, I did a lot of things that were directly similar to, and in the last job as the chief of staff, White Sands Missile Range, it really was like the assistant city manager. So if you look at the things that you all said that you needed in your ideal candidate, the leadership experience I have of over 30 years of leadership and 20 years of them at the executive level gives me a unique ability to handle almost any situation that comes on. And if you look at White Sands Missile Range, probably one of the most complicated assignments I've ever had. It took me 18 months to feel comfortable being a chief of staff. And quite honestly, I was learning things at 4.5-year mark when I left. The things I've done in this city, leadership-wise, teaming and being able to create teams of organizations, when I have so many taxing entities in this city, that there's a water district, there's a drainage district, there's the ISD, I had to get all of those working in concert together to focus on the issues of the city. You also have a thing that says you need somebody who can build rapport and trust with the community. I'm on the, I was on the board for the Chamber of Commerce. And so I'd go out and meet with the businesses as they're growing and developing. And if they had issues, they felt comfortable reaching out and talking to me. I go out and I participated in events, almost every single event the city hosted, whether the city was a host, the chamber was a host, or somebody else, I participated. I was out there visible and approachable. So they were able to come up to me and tell me their issues. And when I say they, that means any member of the community. And I would dive into those issues. I would take specific staff that needed to be involved and go look at those issues and resolve them, and then follow up and make sure I didn't have any unintended consequences. You also want somebody that has principles, professionalism, accountability, honesty, and integrity. I'm a principle-based leader. I've done so all my life. That's how I'm able to set standards and hold everybody to those standards. But at the same time, I'm positive. I understand people make mistakes. I endorse mistakes. And I believe in what's called falling forward. You fall forward and move forward in progress and learn from the mistakes you have. So I'm one of those people that I am approachable, but at the same time, I hold standards. One of the things that you also mentioned, and I really thought this was important, was looking at the city with fresh eyes to find new efficiencies. I've done that throughout my career. As I've moved around in the Army, almost every year to 2 years, I was changing positions, and I was immediately accountable for my actions in those new positions. So I always look for the efficiencies. I always look for ways to make things better. And I'm not one of those people that personally believe that I can make the wheel better. The wheel was a great invention, but I will tell you, I can fine tune it and make it run a lot better. And I will tell you, the other thing you mentioned is ability to handle time management because of all the things that you guys are looking at. I will tell you that I instruct a class and have been doing so for 30 years. That's both leadership, but it's titled Time Management for Real People. So I think the background that I have, the things that I've done, I mean, when we went to war in 2002, I spent over $200 million setting the conditions to move forward into Iraq. And those conditions was contracting and building facilities, infrastructure. I built the equivalent of 3 cities, so I understand the utilities that are required to do so. I know how to set the contracts to do those, scope of work, have a team of people evaluate the contracts, and then award a contract, and then on top of that, manage it throughout the cycle until it's complete. I have such a breadth and depth of experiences to draw from that I really believe, even though I didn't spend 30 years as a municipal person, my abilities directly relate throughout everything you're saying is essential to an ideal candidate. So those are the things that I wanted to bring up.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Adams, I'm Todd Sampson. I'll be asking you the next question. Describe your leadership and management style. In addition, describe your previous supervisors' management styles and what you learned from them relative to management styles.
So I will tell you that I am a positive leader. And what I mean by that is I try to teach and mentor all of my subordinates in their own unique styles. So I know how to mentor, train, and develop people to be empowered to run their programs, whatever they are in charge of, and move forward in a positive way. At the same time, I'm looking at what they need to professionally develop themselves for future and promotional positions. And I've developed them on that. And so I counsel my employees or my managers on a monthly basis until I'm really comfortable. And then it's about a quarterly basis. At White Sands Missile Range, I had 15 direct reports. At Santa Fe, I had 7 direct reports. And yes, I did manage to do all of those monthly until I was comfortable with each of those individuals. And they are all individuals, and I treated them as such. And so it was over time that I trained, develop, and grow them to their specific capabilities. Now, what I can tell you is all the way back in 2004, Colonel Ed Cardone was one of my supervisors, and he was an amazing person. He came up to me and he said, "Glenn, I'd like to be your mentor." The first thing I want to tell you is mentors don't come up to you and say they want to be a mentor. You need to ask for them to be a mentor. So when you're in your future different positions, make sure you find somebody you respect or want to emulate and ask them to be a mentor. So when you're talking about what did I learn from supervisors, I've been learning from supervisors of every gender and every race for 30 years. At White Sands Missile Range, I had 4 different commanding generals that I directly reported to. They were the commander of the installation, but I ran the installation as a civilian for them. And they taught me so many things. And sometimes what they teach you is what not to do. And you have to pay attention and you have to learn from all of those. And so I think over time, one of the things that I've learned the most from all the different leaders that have mentored, trained, and developed me is you have to be a positive leader because people respond to being positive. And you have to do everything you do individually based off of each one of your subordinate skills and capabilities, because you can't train them all the same way. And those are some of the things that I learned from my supervisors. I believe that answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Adams, my name is Eugene Jefferson, and I'll be asking you the next question. Please describe your experiences within the following areas. There are 4 areas: budgeting and finance management, strategic planning, visioning, utilities, and capital improvement. I have to repeat those for you. I will.
Okay, so I have budget and finance, strategic planning and vision, utilities, and capital improvement.
Yes.
Okay, so budget and finance. I would say the first time I had to deal with real amount of money in budgeting and finance was in 2002. When I took over as one of the facilities engineers in U.S., it's called Coalition Forces Land Component Command. I had over $180 million that I was in charge of spending to ensure the forces that came into attack to Iraq had all of the facilities they were required to have to set up, train, acclimatize, and then move forward. When you talk about budgeting, and I had that point $180 million, When I left the Army at U.S. Forces Japan, I budgeted over $1 billion every year in U.S. Construction requirements, capital requirements that the Japanese actually funded. And those programs were to be levied across 85 installations and supporting 102,000 service members and their families. So those budgeting things are ingrained in everything that I've had to do. And the most complicated one was at White Sands Missile Range. That was over $240 million. And we had to be, by law, congressional law, 45% reimbursable. So we had to find efficiencies in everything we did. And we had to change who we are, our organizational structures, to keep up with the time. And so I reorganized my staff 3 times in 4.5 years to make sure that we had all the right efficiencies and we were responding to our clients, our patronage in what they needed. The next thing I would tell you is developing a strategic plan and vision. Everywhere I've gone, I've done that. You have to have a vision for your employees, and in a community like Santa Fe here, they didn't have one. And I will tell you that the council told me first off that the community doesn't know what it wants, but it hates everything. And I think in a community that's growing and changing, and I think you all are growing, and there's a lot of things. I talked to a bunch of members of the community there in Lake City, and I will tell you that what they said is they need a vision. There needs to be a final vision that everybody can move towards. And I will tell you that I worked hard while I was here. We finally have a comprehensive plan that was funded. It was awarded and is due to start in January, the development of. I believe in those visions. I believe in the 25-year comprehensive plan. I did that at White Sands Missile Range, my first year at White Sands Missile Range. In 2016, we published a 30-year vision. And in 2017, we came back and broke it up in a budget appropriations, 7-year federal budget appropriations timeline so that we had targets to hit over that period of time. So those are the budget and the vision. Now, utilities. I mentioned in 2002, I had to lay the groundwork for utilities for 3 cities that we put in. And now I will tell you, they were tent cities, but they had to have latrines, they had to have kitchens, they had to have entertainment facilities. And when soldiers come nowadays to war, they bring every electronic device. And so in those tents, you had to have enough power for those. So all of those things I have a very familiar background in and understanding. In Peachtree City, Georgia, after I retired from the Army, I volunteered to be part of a utility, the Peachtree City Water and Sewer Authority. And during that time, I learned quite a bit about wastewater treatment and how you have to have different systems, whether gravity or force main, to be able to support the sewerage. Water was a little bit easier because in that location, we just had multiple locations for providing the water. And the final thing is the capital improvements. I spoke a little bit to that, but let me talk in the municipality. Santa Fe, for example, hasn't really had a lot of upgrades in a long period of time, and we dove into the issues that we had. Our city hall is old, but we believe in about 5 to 7 years, the community will want another city hall, so we didn't invest much in that. We have a whole bunch of roads that had not been funded properly here, and we dove into that issue and we started trying to attack getting to 9 miles of road a year. That's tough to do, but we had some bond money that wasn't used before, and we started using that this last year. And we got 9 miles of road last year. Now, what we don't have right now is a plan to sustain that because the money is just not out there to do. So we've created a priority of reinvestment in those roads with the worst roads first. And capital improvements are across that. So in the Water and Sewer Authority in Peachtree City, one of the things they did is they put enough money into the cost that they had a 30-year reinvestment plan to completely redevelop everything that was in place. So everything could be replaced in a 30-year cycle. And as the funds came up, the oldest got replaced soonest, so you didn't have to wait for failure. So those are some of the things that I believe covers down on your question. There are more, but I believe I need to keep this shorter.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Adam. My name is Jake Hill, and I'll be asking the next question. The next question would you, what would we learn about you if we contacted a cross-section of citizens from where you constantly, currently must, or most recent communities, including supporters, distraction, and community organization?
So that's a really good question. I will tell you that, as I mentioned, when I came here, I was hired as a change agent. And change agents are not supposed to be loved. They bring change. And as a change agent, I will tell you, I was extremely successful. But one of the things that I can tell you about the community is because I physically went out, when people complained, I physically went to the site where they were complaining back, met with them, talk to them, and then often I would bring the people who would be responsible for that area, whether it's the street superintendent, the drainage district, the county, all of these different organizations that we work with, and we look at solving those problems. So I will tell you that, believe it or not, I would tell you that it's very positive. I will tell you that a lot of people don't want the changes that are happening, but we're surrounded, almost all the cities around us are built out. We're the last place that they can build out. And so it change is coming here. But I will tell you, my citizens will probably speak very highly of me because even when I wasn't able to do it, I was able to explain to them why I couldn't do it. And it was almost always satisfactorily addressed. There are a couple times when you need to take down some trees that are actually in their yard. You can't do that. And so those people wouldn't be happy. I would tell you my staff, because of my leadership style, they all accelerated. They did great things. And so I would tell you they would be very positive. I would tell you over half the council still likes me. The political issues are there whether you like it or not with the change agent environment. But I would tell you that if you look at what I achieved and talk to them about what I achieved, I would tell you that they're very happy with that. So I think I addressed most of them, but I am involved with a lot of things. Like I told you, I was on the board for the Chamber of Commerce. And because of that, I interact with a lot of the businesses, and I changed a lot of the things that were going on before I got here because I learned from those businesses that's causing them to fail. So I fixed those. I think that answered your question.
Okay, the next question is, how will you establish credibility and build trust with the elected officials, department directors, residents, and staff upon arrival as the new city manager?
Well, I think that takes time, but I will tell you straight up, you have to give trust to get trust. So that seems oversimplified. So let me go on to it. Is I go out and I will go visit everybody. It doesn't matter what the community is doing. It doesn't matter what my staff is doing. It doesn't matter what the council is doing. I will visit with them and I'll build that rapport. And with the councils, for say, and the mayor, I want to make sure we are communicating on a weekly basis or whatever you're comfortable with. I had council members here who really didn't want that much. They wanted once a month, but I had other council members that really almost daily. So whatever it takes to sit down, talk, and get those visions from everybody in the community and discuss them and start sharing them. And then not just sitting there on this information, sharing every time I discuss with new people and get more people involved. And when you go out and talk to people, visit with people, and because I am approachable, people see me in the community, they'll come up and talk to me, and I don't blow them off. I don't push them around. I stop, I look at them, I address them, I look them straight in the eye and listen to their issues. And you know what I found is over time, they don't hit me up as much. They will come and talk to me at City Hall, or they'll call and set up a meeting at the location because they know I like to go to the location. To get trust, to build trust, you have to give it. The other part is you have to be able to go out there and look at things. I spend the amount of time behind my desk that's required to accomplish the administrative things I have to do. But I will go out there every single week and go through the community and drive around. And if I see people, I'll stop and I'll talk to them, because that's how you stay engaged. I go to community events and talk to people. I will talk and discuss any issues they have, and that's how you build trust. I've already reached out to several leaders in the city, and I believe I've already gotten rapport with them. So I think that's a good positive step up front. I learned quite a bit, and I really think that I'm a great fit for this position as city manager for Lake City. I think that answered the question.
Thank you.
The next question is, how do you encourage, motivate, and develop staff? What ways have you found to promote morale within your organization?
Well, one thing is I'm always positive. I don't go around upset or frowning or finding the bad things in anything. If I see a bad thing, I'll pull people aside and talk to them. But I empower my staff. I let them know they're in charge, and I let them fail and fail forward. When I do the counseling that I mentioned, the monthly counseling, eventually over time, it'll go down to quarterly. But the expectation from me is they need to give me feedback on how well I'm leading them. Am I failing them? How am I failing them? By doing that and not having a negative repercussion for anything they tell me, I'm growing a lot of trust. And then by empowering them, giving them the ability to execute the full scope of a mission, and then be able to sit there when they have a failure, because everybody has small failures during a project, is picking them up, dusting them off, and talking about it and moving them in a positive direction. I will tell you that most of my folks respond to it. I give a class, I've mentioned it before, time management for real people. I do that because if I don't do that, a lot of my leaders won't understand my leadership style. And I do that up front because then they know the expectations. In reality, the expectation is their area is like a separate small business that they should be running. And they should be running it as efficiently as possible. And I talk to them about it on a regular basis and how they're doing well and how they're doing poorly. And we talk about goals of how to fix those things that they're doing poorly at. And then we talk about career development. Where do they belong? How do they see themselves getting there 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? I will tell you that I do have some turnover in every organization just because they're moving on to bigger and better things. And when you see that in an organization, it becomes extremely positive. In White Sands Missile Range, I developed a class on resume writing and interview. And that became so popular, I had to do it every quarter because people were getting real promotions. They learned how to represent themselves really well, and they move forward in a very positive way. So those are some of the things, but it's, again, being positive, understanding the individuals, and learning their abilities in the ways that you have to mentor, train, and develop each one of them, because everybody is different.
Okay, the next question.
Okay.
Tell us about your most difficult management decision you have made within the past few years. And in describing that example, give us an idea of the alternative and options you analyzed before making the decision.
So I don't want to talk on removal of people because that could violate some trust. I will tell you that probably one of the most difficult things to deal with was the onset of the pandemic last year. I came on board on the 3rd of February, 2020, and I physically moved here with my wife 1 month later. And I will tell you, during the onset, the decisions that I made in communicating with the council were extremely difficult. So I will tell you, this is what happened. As the community is learning of this, everybody is a little bit in a panic. So I set up a nightly at 5:00 Facebook Live, and we did this every single night for the first 6 months, talking about the issues, allowing the community to come back to me and address the issues and concerns they have. And then, you have another transition that occurred. I don't know how many of you all know, but Santa Fe High School had they had a mass shooting in 2018, May 18th, 2018, and eight students and 2 faculty were killed. And the council chose to do a 4th of July celebration, and they wanted to do fireworks. And I completely endorsed that. And I took on the decision to go onto Facebook Live and discuss fireworks. And the negative ramifications of that decision were severe because the community was not ready to hear that you can get through PTSD by changing it to a positive event. The Army has done this for decades now. The truth of the matter is you surround yourself in a positive environment with people you trust, and you have the fireworks going off. And the decision to support this on live and having this discussion, that was a pretty difficult thing. And I know this is a strange transition, but you had to hear that I was doing this on a nightly basis. And then I brought this issue to the community, dealing with PTSD. And in truth, what ended up solving it was I apologized for offending the community because I address issues straight on, and it was perceived as insensitive. But after we talked and discussed on almost a nightly basis for a couple of weeks, they learned to understand that it's not that I'm undermining PTSD or the traumas that their children went through. It is a method in which you resolve it. And quite honestly, our Resiliency Center, which is funded through a VOCA grant, they supported the same thing, and they are mental health professionals. So those are 2 parts to the decisions that I really am talking to, is the decision to go to the community and keep them updated and be available to be attacked on issues, and standing my ground, and then knowing when I've offended the community to stand up and say, okay, I apologize. I didn't mean to offend the community. What I meant to do is address the issue, and I hit it dead on instead of creating a method for it to be resolved easier. But how it turns out, we didn't, the COVID situation got really bad at the time, and we could not hold the 4th of July event. So I think that covers down on everything. I don't think I took the pros and cons like you asked, but I think you can feel the sensitivity of that situation in which you had to address it, and you had to be willing to hear the people and the frustration and how they felt I was being insensitive. And I respected the fact that I offended them, and I did not mean to do that, and I apologized to them.
Thank you. Okay, the next question. With the continuing factors of constant, what do you believe the keys to city managing their increasing demands for service?
So I'm not sure I heard it right because it felt like it broke out, but you're asking for how do you deal with the conflict of requirements of increasing demand for services to a growing community. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my belief is through open and honest communications, both with the council and the community, we can talk to what our current levels are, what our capabilities of supporting the community is, and then what it will take to grow additional capacity and capabilities within the city to support new demand and requirements. And when you do that, you cannot ignore the existing citizens. So let's just play a game called high-speed internet. When you go to gig speed, you can't just give it to the new. You have to find a way that the people who are on the slower services get the new capacity too. So you have to take care of everybody at the same time. And it gets difficult. And as long as you are developing plans, methods to solve the issue, people are okay. But if you just ignore a group, an organization, people who've been here versus people who are just moving in, why do the people who are just moving in get everything? And that's important that we address it. So those have got to be open and honest conversations. And truth is, when new stuff comes in, the developer often puts those things in as part of the sales pitch. And so it's part of our job to find a way to leverage some money from that development to support the growth of the existing infrastructure. But in total, this talks about vision and planning, and you got to have that all mapped together. I was not able to see a comprehensive plan, and I apologize if I just didn't find it. But I think that's going to be an important thing to have is a true comprehensive plan that talks through all of these things. And I believe I answered that question.
Okay. It's described the ideal relationship between the board and the city manager, the board and staff.
So I'll be honest with you, the council really needs to be united in a united front. And I really see that as the city manager's job of hearing all of their desires individually and finding a way that in my fiscal planning, how I solve as many of each one of them individually's desires as possible, and therefore be able to communicate that on a regular basis. I believe in workshops to have that. That way the community can be there and hear it in a less formal environment to discuss things and agree on prioritization, because the council has to be united on the prioritization of things to solve our issues. And they can't do that unless my staff that provides the data, the background, and in the real term status of our current infrastructure as we're moving to the future infrastructure, and give the proper understanding of the fiscal requirements that are out there that we are able to afford now and into the future, so the decisions the council makes can in fact be fiscally supported. There are so many parts to this, but truth is that comprehensive plan is the backbone of a lot of this, because until we know what the community absolutely wants, we really can't build in the correct direction over a 30-year period and be able to meet what their goals are. And really that becomes part of my effort to try to create different levels of long-term growth that the community and the council supports, so that we are able to be in agreement in a positive environment that everybody feels like their issues are being addressed. So my belief is I'm the linchpin. My success or failure is directly related to how I frame things and how I get the things out of the community back in front of the council in a way that they can absorb it, understand it, and make a proper decision. And that's part of my staff being able to give the full background at the same time that the community is providing their issues. I hope that answers the question.
Yes.
Okay, the next question is, from your vantage point, what do you perceive to be the opportunities and challenges facing the city of Lake City now and in the future?
I will tell you that in talking with the folks that I talked with, they truly believe the community is a fantastic community, that we have enormous potential. They would believe that half the community really doesn't want change and half the community is ready for growth. That's going to definitely be a challenge there, but I will tell you, managing the growth of this community in such a way that nobody feels left behind, and at the same time, the areas that want no change to be recognized and supported the best they can, because there's a lot of things that are important to individuals, and hopefully that's regionally based so that through our zoning, we can support them in their efforts and wants, but at the same time, know what areas we want to grow and develop. So I really think the community is ready to move forward. I think there's some real issues with, and I know this is going to become fragile. I think there's some issues with race relations. And I think we can address it just simply going to the community and talking to them and finding out what their issues and concerns are, and then start honestly addressing them. I will tell you that is a sensitive subject. I hear somebody saying something. Is there a question there? Okay. So I believe that's going to be a sensitive area and we must address for us all to move forward together. So those are the things that I in my research that I saw. But I believe I can handle it, and I believe I can team with the community to do so.
Thank you.
And I wasn't ignoring the personnel stuff. Look, I know you need a fire chief, you needed a police chief. You just hired an HR director. But there's some discussions that we need to have between the county and the city on inspectors, building inspectors, and permitting, et cetera. So there's a lot of things out there that need to be addressed, but I thought the others were more important to address at this moment.
Thank you.
Okay, next question. Describe your approach to ethics in the workplace. In addition, describe a situation where you felt pressure to compromise your integrity and how you dealt with it.
So I will tell you that with ethics, I'll be straightforward. My principle-based leadership does this. It allows me to have a clear azimuth on everything. And when you deal with anything that is on the periphery, you have to address it immediately. Otherwise, it becomes the standard. When I was a brand new second lieutenant, they taught you if you walk by a piece of trash and you don't pick it up and put it in the garbage can, you are basically telling people that littering is okay. And I know that seems oversimplified, but when you talk about ethics, you can't have a gray area. Everywhere I've been, there has been a requirement to have an annual ethics recertification, something in which the members of the staff have to sign a document that they have been retrained on ethics and they are willing to commit to following that ethical behavior. And when I talk about the gray areas, if I don't address that immediately, as soon as I hear it or find out or somebody in my staff sees it, they have to address it immediately. Otherwise, it becomes an okay event, and you cannot have that. I can't say that I've had any time soon a situation in which was a compromise of ethics. I will tell you that I was at White Sands Missile Range, and we had a very difficult situation with one of the union presidents, and they violated some issues with ethics. We addressed it several different ways, and unfortunately, the individual then did something illegal, and that alleviated that issue that we had because he was arrested and was removed. But I will tell you, it is very difficult when you have somebody trying to use an organizational structure to their own best interests and trying to walk a line of that ethical line of being allowed to do something and taking advantage of something. And when you take advantage of the amount of time that you are allowed to do union type behavior and therefore not do your job, that becomes a real issue. So that's the closest one on the ethical. I will tell you, for unions, I meet with them at least quarterly so I could discuss the issues. Here we had some trust issues between the Police Officer Association and the city management. In the 2 years that I've been here, those were solved. We moved them into a budget cycle. So their issues were brought up with the police chief issues for budget, and it was fully incorporated into the plan. And so those issues were completely alleviated. But I will tell you, ethics wise, you have to address it immediately.
Thank you. Okay, next question is a two-part question. Are you interested in this position, first part? And the second part, is there anything you would like to add or clarify before we conduct?
So why am I interested? I will tell you, the research I do, I always do my due diligence, and you'll find that I've talked to quite a few people within the community. I will tell you that the research I had says exactly what my wife and I are looking for is a long-term residence, someplace we can finally stay for a long period of time. My wife and I we've lived in 14 places in January will be 26 years of marriage. That's a lot. That's a lot. And we want to establish roots. We want to stay somewhere. And the city has all of the things that we personally look forward to having in a community. The issues that I addressed already in talking to the community, I believe I'm fully capable of resolving. But the real interest is, I think I can be there, my wife can be there in the community, we can be involved, and we could be there for the long haul. Look, when I was a kid, I lived in Orange Park, Florida, and I know that's like 50 miles away from you all, but it's the same region and the same climate, and I loved it there. I personally loved it. I was very disappointed that we had to move away. And, my dad was in the military, so I didn't have a choice. So I love that area. I love the fact that the community believes that the city is fantastic, that it has enormous potential. And so that's part of the reason why I'm there. But I love challenges. If you look at the jobs I've had throughout my career, the Army used me as a little bit of a firefighter. And what I mean by that is solving tough problems. The last 9 years I was in the Army, I was solving tough equations for the Army. U.S. Forces Japan. When I got to Japan, the Prime Minister had resigned over U.S. Marine Corps stationing in Okinawa. And I was tasked to get them back to the bargaining table and solving the equation in Okinawa. And I did so. And it really comes down to setting up messaging and talking to all of the people. There's a lot of installations that were involved with this, and being able to get an understanding of the things that we need to discuss with the communities around each installation of what is our common ground, what's important, why are we similar in so many different ways, and it worked. They came back to the table. It took 9 months, but they came back to the table and started working on an $8 billion plan that solved a lot of the issues with Marine Corps stationing. So if I can solve challenging issues like that, I believe I'm the right person to come in and team with literally everybody and find solutions. And there's no such thing when you're talking in a political environment is this side or this side. There is common ground everywhere. And I've got to find the common ground so we're all moving forward as a single team. And that's my goal. So I believe those things cover down on almost everything. I could get into tougher issues, but I don't think we have the time, and it's a longer conversation. But I really believe I'm the right person. My wife is excited about the opportunity. I'm excited about the opportunity. And truthfully, I think I'm the right one.
I have another question for you.
Absolutely.
How do you compare Lake City to where you're coming from? Or where we coming from?
I don't think the comparison is as easy as one would seem. I mean, the scope of the things that you guys are doing, you are the county seat. You really don't have any other cities in that county. Almost everybody in the region comes to Lake City. I'm in a bedroom community. a bedroom community that really works hard outside of here. They're blue collar workers and they work extended hours and they come back and they don't necessarily want to be bothered with anything that's going on in the city. They want to participate in things, but they don't want to have to argue things. They don't want to, they think they want things done for them, period. I think Lake City is more involved. They are providing a service to a greater area. And I got it. You guys are like 16 square miles, but I will tell you, you're covering down on over a county's footprint because the surrounding counties are coming to Lake City for support. So there's a lot of expectations in solving the issues for even those folks because they're customers. You don't want them going somewhere else. You want them to come in and be part of your tax base for providing additional funds for the city. So it's really important that we support our businesses and grow that community's business infrastructure to support everything that's required around us. So I don't think it's a real similar thing. I think the biggest issue is you're on the cusp of change, and this city is definitely on a cusp of change. And developing a plan to move forward as a team is the most important thing in your future, and I'm really experienced at that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I really, really enjoyed it, and I hope that I get to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. I think Matthew and the IT team are letting Mr. Adams out of our meeting. I am aware that our next candidate, Brian Kaufman, is in our waiting room. And we can jump right in, or if we need to take a 2 or 5 minute refresh break here, we can do that.
Okay, we're like about 5 minute break per se.
Okay, we'll see you back here at 9:50.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you.
Coffee break.
Anytime we get any input as to,
I don't think you can't because we have to ask the same question.
you don't have to. We need to have to.
Well, that's my understanding of
I
it.
didn't say you have to ask the same question. If that's the case, then why would? We just understand it. Can we understand that?
Yeah.
Seem to be friendly.
What she's talking about is the interview the first guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, and then Barbara's.
After you finish the second interview with Mr. Kaufman, whoever you think.
So we're not live on YouTube?
Number one.
We are live on YouTube. Yes, we are now. Yes, there was I guess there was some kind of network issue on outside of the city that was causing some problems. And Terry came in and informed me of it, and it's been resolved since.
And then after y'all interview Elizabeth, yep, so if you think Elizabeth is yours, you think she maybe is your second pick, she would.
Yeah, double check that because they're watching it out there for me, so make sure everything's working right.
This next one, like Kaufman, you're comparing him to Adams, and you're saying, I like Kaufman better or Adams better? If you like Kaufman better, he's gonna be your number one, and you're doing that every time. So by the time you get down here and you finish your interview with Thomas, may be your second pick, your first pick, your third pick, or your fourth. You know, Adams could be three by the time you get over here. Or Adams may be your number one all the way across, or, you know, Ladner may be your number one, but you're ranking them after each interview. No, that's a Fred question. I'm not giving them right now. Okay. I will ask Fred. I'm not gonna give it to you until I ask Fred.
And then just make sure that they don't have to call.
Okay.
You know, like, go for closer about.
Yeah.
Sorry, we don't-
shut these mics off for a minute?
Switch is right up there.
I don't know. You know, mic? No.
Probably.
Not a very good set.
There's an IT position. You can come apply for it. You can deal with it yourself. I'll work with what I got.
Oh, no.
I'll tell the speaker to be. Yeah, that's about like. Yeah, no, it's like, I'm just. He told me, man, he kept referencing, he talked about me. I'm afraid to talk about changing people. Yeah, right. Yeah. We, and I told you too. Yes. How you doing? You need to see me. No, no, I just. Yeah, I got the. Right. Yeah. You did what you had in mind.
I don't care what you say. Mark that one.
No, no, it's not convenient. You don't see it. Yeah. And then I need would you? And myself, city. And then they,
Sarah.
so it's.
I think I got it, but I feel it now. I didn't. And it did. But you didn't.
You give me something that wasn't.
You want to see that?
You want me to sign it to you?
You understand that, Mikey?
Yes. Yeah. And so, okay, so the first one's the first one. Second one's two people. You rank between the two, first or second. Then when you move to the third one, you rank who's your first deal and you adjust it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and then you get to the fourth one and you rank them all. I think that's a pretty fair question. Me, I might use that when I'm hiring people at my place. That's a good idea.
like that you keep track of where you are when they're in the interview process. So
All right, y'all about ready?
Mayor, Renee Norlock here. I understand our next candidate is in our waiting room. I want to remind everyone, if you haven't looked at your rating sheets, which there's one behind every candidate, please do so and just make notations regarding our first candidate, Mr. Glenn Adams. At least, at a minimum, at least formulate your thoughts on strengths for the position or areas of concern that you have. That'll really help us later on. You do not have to use these forms, even the ranking sheets. Sometimes it's just helpful. You can change your ranking later if you look at it at the end and think you want to move somebody around. You don't have to fill it out. It's just kind of a way to keep your forced ranking, preferred rankings at the top. And what it actually does is, should we have, at the end of the day, everybody has a particular candidate ranked number 4, we would not spend much time talking about that candidate, because it would seem that we're all in agreement that maybe they're our lowest rank and not one of our preferred candidates. So it's just a tool that'll help. You don't have to fill it out, but if you do, it might be helpful to you. So with that said, I'm going to bring our next candidate in. We're starting at 9:53. I'll give him 55 minutes. We did fairly good on time for the first one, so hopefully we'll stay the course this time around. So with that, you can bring in the candidate whenever you're ready, Matt. Hi, Brian. Renee Norlock here. If you can hear me, it looks like I have audio for you, and we're waiting for video to kick in. And there you are. I've got video. Can you hear me, Brian? I do not hear you just yet, although it does show your audio is working on our end. It doesn't appear that you're muted. Do you have any earbuds that are plugged into your device or anything like that? No, I cannot hear you. Give me just a second, Brian. I am going to say, and Matt, maybe you could help me out here. Do you suggest that Mr. Coffin stay on video, but yet phone in to the phone number for the Zoom meeting so we can get audio via his phone?
We can try it. I don't have a phone. You should be able to dial straight into the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Brian, if you need that phone number, let me know.
see what I can do with it.
Matt, he should be calling in now.
Yes, ma'am.
It says I'm in the meeting now.
So Brian, we're getting a little feedback.
Yep. All right.
That's
How about
good. That is good. We did it, Brian. Can you believe it?
Okay.
That's it. I'm going to turn you over to a great group of folks here who's got some questions for you, Brian. They'll introduce themselves as they ask your questions. So Mayor, you're up.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Kaufman, thank you for flying and thank you for being here this morning.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
And I want to ask you the first question. It says, we have had an opportunity to review your resume. Take a few minutes to briefly explain from your perspective how your background prepares you for this position.
Well, as you can see from my resume, I've worked for the last 24, 25 years in government. And starting with the Suwannee River Water Management District. And really, when I started with the Water Management District, it was basically, I was just coming as an engineer for a job. But many of y'all may know Jerry Scarborough, and worked for him for most of my career there. And if you know him, you know how much of a public servant he is. And so that's where I kind of became what I became, you know, working for the government, trying to help people. One of the things that Jerry did back, if you remember, the Water Management District wasn't very liked, and he changed that. And a large part of that was becoming part of the community, helping the communities. And we did that with our Quality Communities program. Many of y'all may remember that. Now it's kind of a much harder program today. You compete and have to get scored. But back in the day, that program helped a lot of our communities. I was sitting here looking at the aerial photograph while I was waiting on the Zoom call, and got to thinking about all the projects I got to work with in Lake City. As the leader of the Quality Communities program, we bought the land for the city of Lake City for the new well field on the west side over there by the airport, and helped get funds to put in that new well field. That was a very fun project to work on for the community, and meant a lot to them. Also worked on stormwater projects. A joint project with the city and the county. And I was sitting here looking at the map, looking at Lake DeSoto, and thinking about all the drainage patterns that we walked. I'm talking about 25 years ago when we did this. Following those drainage patterns in the city, going up through toward the Five Points area. But just had a great time working for Jerry. And working in the communities, in that Quality Communities, we worked on wastewater, stormwater, and potable water, and that got me interested in working for more in the local governments. And so when I had an opportunity, especially after my kids had grown, I went to work for Madison County, and I worked for Madison County for 4 years, and learned even more about what local government can do for people. And now in my job in Citrus County, Director of Engineering for Citrus County, I'm still working for people, and I enjoy it. So I hope that answers your question, Mayor. But I enjoy trying to make the community a better place, and my last 25 years, that's what I've been doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaufman, I'll be asking the second question. This is Todd Sampson. Describe your leadership and management style. In addition, describe your previous supervisors' management styles and what you learned from them relative to management styles.
Well, I have a very open management style. I have a very open door policy for the public, as well as the employees. In management, you've got to rely on the people that you work with, and that's everybody within the organization. And you allow them to grow and expand. And right now, I have a young engineer. She's been out of school for 2 years now, and it's amazing what a person can do when given the latitude and the encouragement. And that's basically my management style is to give people the opportunity to grow. And I get a lot of personal satisfaction out of watching people succeed like that.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman, my name is Eugene Jefferson, and I'll be asking you the next question. Please describe your experience within the following areas: budgeting and financial management, strategic planning, visioning, utilities, and capital improvement. If I need to repeat those, I will.
Let's see if I can get most of them. Of course, as an engineer, you go to utilities first. That's just what you're trained in. I have a strong understanding of utilities, and especially on the budgeting of utilities, water, wastewater. I've had experience in natural gas in the private industry that I used to work for, putting natural gas lines in. So I have experience in all three of those utilities: water, wastewater, and natural gas, and also I have some electrical experience. So utilities is kind of like a mainstay for engineers. Finance and budget. At the Water Management District, I was responsible for many large projects, and of course we developed budgets for those, especially again back when you talk about capital improvement projects, CIP projects. That's really a large part of what I worked on. Working for the county, of course, as the county manager, you're responsible for the budget for the county. And so I worked with all the department heads, and I understood their budgets. I went through every line of their budget so I could understand where the money went within the county. And so if you look through my cover letter and resume, you might see where I was able to make some substantial improvements within departments of just doing better business, and we could increase our revenues through just by being more responsible with the resources. So I touched on capital improvements, utilities, and finance. What was your other ones?
Strategic planning.
Strategic planning. Of course, at the Water Management District, we did a lot of strategic planning, 20 years out. And in Madison, I was really surprised when I came to work for Madison County. I kind of assumed we had strategic planning, especially on roads. That's another part of my expertise is in roads. But what was interesting was nobody's planning out for future roads in Madison County, and most of our rural counties are like that. I thought DOT did that, but they don't. So I had actually started sitting down and looking at where do we want our roads built in the future in the community, and started laying out a strategic plan of how to get there. But, and as you know, over the years there in Lake City, you've been a lot more progressive. Bascom Norris Road, when that came through a few years ago, and as it came down through by the fairgrounds, what that's been able to open up and facilitate in transportation. So that's a very important part of your planning is the roads. And of course, working with the county, Chad Williams, I know Chad, I think he's still a county engineer there. So I know Chad does a lot of planning there for the roads, but I don't know on the city standpoint of who y'all have working on your roads. But strategic, that's just an example. Strategic planning carries out in all elements of your community. And I was fortunate to be able to work in Madison where we could plan out the course of the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman, my name is Jake Hill, and I'm gonna ask you the next question. What will we learn about you if we contact a cross-section of citizens from your current or your recent community, including supporters, distractors, and community organizations?
I think what you would find is people would say that I will take time to listen to you. I have some letters of reference, and I read through those. I'm pretty humbled by them. But one of the things that comes to me when I read them is that they say that I take time to talk with people and listen to them, and that I guess that would probably be what people would say.
Okay.
All right, the next question is, how will you establish credibility and build trust with the elected officials, department directors, residents, and staff upon arrival as the new city manager?
Well, it kind of goes back to the last question. Is I believe in spending time and talking with people. One of the things that Mr. Scarborough always talked about was face-to-face communications. You know, if you can't do face-to-face, you do phone. And I guess Zoom is better, but it doesn't outweigh face-to-face communication and talking with people and looking them in the eye and shaking their hand. As I'm sitting here looking at the map and thinking about all the different people that I've worked with in Columbia County and Lake City, I know a lot of people there. Of course, Commissioner Williams, one of the longest running commissioners in the state of Florida, Ron Williams there. I think he would probably tell you the same thing that in jobs that I've worked with him on over the years, or Chad, or if you talk back to your former city managers, Joe Cone and Wendell. If you talk to them and if they remember me, they would probably tell you the same thing, that I enjoy talking with people and getting to know them. So that's how I would spend most of my time talking with people, because I want to know everybody that I'm working with. Same way I do here. I try to know everybody. I know how many children they have, know where they live, just who I am.
Okay, thank you.
The next question is, how do you encourage, motivate, and develop staff? And what ways have you found to promote morale within your organization?
I try to motivate mostly by example. I'm a very positive person. I always express that to whoever I'm talking to. and I try to uplift and build people that I'm working with in that fashion. I try to explain to people I work with how important their jobs are to the community and that they make a difference. Everybody in the organization makes a difference. And you know, you treat everybody with respect. And most everybody will respond to that. They in that positive reinforcement and motivation. And kind of go back to my other earlier statement about giving people the latitude of being able to come up with ideas and express ideas and be able to implement their ideas. People get excited when they see things that they've thought about and been part of. One of the things, if you look back in some of the early Facebook photographs of Madison County, when I started the Facebook page for Madison County, you'll see a lot of our staff in there. I was proud of what we were able to do. Same way when I came here to Citrus County, we were finishing some projects, and when I came on, I worked with the PIO, and I got press releases put out. A lot of times we don't take the time. We're so busy. We're answering complaints, but we don't take the time to get out what we're doing to the public. And while we're putting that out to the public and showing the public what we're doing, we're also helping build pride in our work. The employees take pride, so they can say, "Look what I did." And that was a lot for me as an engineer, where I get my benefit from working. I like to see what I've been able to do for the public. I like going by retention ponds or new well fields and stuff like that, and you go, I was able to help build that. And I believe I see it. Other people respond the same way. They're the same as I am. They're proud of their work. So that's a good way to build morale and also build trust with the public and show them that you're doing something.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is, tell us about your most difficult management decision you've made in the past few years. And in describing this, give us an idea of the alternatives and options you analyzed before making the decision.
Probably one of my hardest decisions that I made, and it upset a lot of people where I worked at Madison County, was I had the road department go back to a 5-day work week. And, you know, commissioners had come to me over time. We weren't able to get work completed. And of course, I received a lot of the calls from the public. And, you know, and that was a difficult decision because I knew a lot of the people there. I've known a lot of people there for 20 years. And of course, they're used to their 3-day weekends. And they enjoyed that. They didn't want to give that up. But I had to put the public first. It really comes down to could we do a better job working for the public 5 days a week versus 4 days a week? And the answer is yes. Now it doesn't always work for all communities, all municipalities. But while I was there, I felt that was what our local government needed, our people needed. If it rains on Thursday, we don't work, roads don't get graded, but then the sunshine comes out on Friday and we'd be off work. And so the roads don't get graded. So it waits around Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then we go back to grading. So I felt just being able to be available to the public, we should be there 5 days a week. the public works 5 days a week, we should be there for them. And that was a difficult decision. And it was not a popular decision. They've had chances to go back the other way a little bit, but I still think they have somebody at least in the office 5 days a week. And the solid waste department decided they would not go back. They would stay at 5 days a week because garbage did not move on Fridays. If we did, we had to pay overtime, and we shouldn't have been doing that. We should have been working for the public and not ourselves. That was a very difficult decision.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman, next question. With the constant physical constraints, what do you believe are the keys to city managing their increased demands for service?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Yes. With the constant physical constraints, what do you believe are the keys to cities managing their increased demands for service?
Well, you're right. Your physical constraints. Of course, you want to maintain a lower millage as much as possible and provide services. There are things you can do through technology to provide better services, and we're doing some of that here. Online permitting. There are things you can implement, technology you can implement to actually provide better service to the public and really actually reduce cost at the same time. Online permitting is hard at first, but when you start thinking about all the paper storage and the cost of storage, and you start going electronic, you can actually save money there. So the two are not contradictory. You can still provide more service, and sometimes not at more cost. And then there's other times where you can look at what you're doing may not be cost effective, may not be needed anymore. You might need to change priorities. I saw this at the Water Management District. When I went to work there were 68 employees. There are still 68 employees at the Swanee River Water Management District. Staff would adjust depending on the needs and depending on where the money was coming from the state. So we would adjust, and that's one of the things that in government we need to do is adjust and at what is needed at that particular moment in time. Sometimes we're still doing things that are not necessarily needed, but you have to kind of prioritize, and there's other opportunities also in increased user fees that may help offset some of the lost revenue. One of the big ones that everybody's struggling with right now is gas tax revenues. Gas tax revenues are all predicted to go down with the electric cars coming on, and so we're all kind of trying to figure out how we're going to be able to maintain our roads and supplement the gas tax losses. But there's always opportunities. You just have to look for them.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is describe the ideal relationship between the board and the city manager, the board and staff.
Well, the ideal relationship for me is the board provides us directions and policies, and my job is to carry out those policies. and it's important for staff to know that how important they are, and they play a role in that. Now, your relationship with staff, normally the boards do not have a relationship with staff. Personnel policies, issues or personnel issues come up through the county manager and do not come to the board. And it works. I think it works better if that is the case. But doesn't mean you can't have relationships with people, but that is an important that a chain of command is followed, because it's very difficult to manage if there's not a chain of command. But the staff are very important, and for them to know how important and what their roles are, I think is important. And how they fit into the organization. When the board sets the policies and directions, and it's for us to follow those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the next question is, from your vantage point, what do you perceive to be the opportunities and challenges facing the city of Lake City now and in the future?
Lake City has all kind of opportunities. I worked in 13 counties working for the Water Management District, and we always felt like Lake City was kind of the shining city on the hill. I mean, it had everything. It's ideally located by the interstates. You've got a good infrastructure, water and sewer. Also worked on, I don't know how well it's doing, but worked on the spray field when we were looking at converting the spray field over to a wetland treatment. But you got a lot going for you. You've got the industrial complex to the west. I remember working with Mr. Gilpin on trying to get the permit to the entrance of that facility. I think they're getting closer. I haven't heard in the last year or so, but I know they were working on trying to get that rail line across the Forest Service property, and I think they had a plan to do that. And once that rail gets into that site, that's going to be an inland port, and that's a huge opportunity right there for an industrial company to come in. So your industrial side, you've got that going on. That's huge, 2,000 acre site. And then to the north, when Target came in, you kind of have a distribution center area, and being close to 75 and 10, that has the opportunity to grow. Lake City just has so much going for it. In fact, my kids, they live in Live Oak and Mayo and Jacksonville, and the ones in Mayo and Live Oak come to Lake City. They like the downtown atmosphere of Lake City. They come and eat in the downtown area and go to the little bars and stuff there in downtown. So Lake City's got a lot going for it. But listening to some of the past commission meetings here in the last month or so, it does sound like you have some challenges with the loss of some young men, and that's heartbreaking. But I was doing some research online, and there's many cities that have faced gun violence like this, and even Madison has a little bit. It's mostly gang related. It's hard for law enforcement to do anything because nobody will talk. When anything happens, they won't say anything because the other people are going to probably retaliate back against them. But there are ways to break that cycle. And if I was fortunate enough to work for you, I would have the police chief reach out to other law enforcement agencies around us, see how big a problem it is around us, and probably try to form a working group to combat that. There's ways to do it. Other cities have done it, and I would learn from their successes and failures. And I believe that could be solved. But the longer term, I was thinking, you've got opportunities for jobs which are coming in. Oh, you got an airport. You got a fantastic airport. We have 2 general aviation airports, and we're trying to get one of our runways lengthened. You've got an 8,000-foot runway. Jets can land there. In fact, LKQ, the auto body business out there by the airport, the lady who owns that actually lives here in Crystal River. I got to meet her a couple months ago, and she can't bring her jet into Crystal River because our runway's not long enough. She keeps her jet up in Ocala. But that's a huge benefit to have that not only from the aviation side of that industry that they have, but also as corporate companies come in, you will have corporate jets, and they have to have those longer runways to fly out of. So that's a huge benefit. Longer term, I think Lake City would be a good retirement community. We have a lot, of course, down here in Citrus County. It's growing in leaps and bounds, and mostly retirees. Lake City could also function as that. You've got some great hospitals there, especially with the Veterans Administration hospital. People travel a long ways to come to that hospital. But you have a lot of great resources, a lot of opportunities. I couldn't find a strategic plan online in Madison. I remember being part of the 2020 Vision 2020. 20 some odd years ago. That was the first time the community actually did a visioning process, and I couldn't find one for Lake City. But I was kind of curious if y'all had already done a visioning process for Lake City or Columbia County.
No, it needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, I have the next question for you, Mr. Kaufman. Describe your approach to ethics in the workplace. In addition, describe the situation where you felt pressure to compromise your integrity and how you dealt with it.
Well, as a professional engineer, I maintain a license, and occasionally people will ask you to approve something that doesn't meet the code or laws of the state of Florida, and you basically just have to say no. I can't do that. I can't jeopardize my license or my personal ethics to do something like that. So ethics is very important to me. Being open, transparent is a good way to combat when people try to persuade you to do something that you shouldn't do. If everything's transparent, you shouldn't have those issues.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is a 2-part question. Why are you interested in this position? And is there any anything that you would like to add or to clarify before we conclude?
Well, I'd like to move back closer to family. That my family's from North Florida, and so my wife's family's from North Florida, my family's from North Florida, and our family, our kids are in North Florida. So I'd like to move back to North Florida, and I'm excited about the position. I like what I do here, but I like to work in the administration level of local government, and I'm only looking for an opportunity like this in this region. I was kidding my wife the other day that I saw where a position came open down in Okeechobee, and we lived down near Fort Myers in the Okeechobee region for a while. But she said no. She said we're from North Florida, and that's where we're going to stay. So I'm only looking in the Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Gainesville region for a job, and I'm only going to take a job where I think I can do benefit the community and be in the area that I want to be in.
I have one more question. Where you at now? How does that compare to Lake City?
The when you say compare, it what do you are you size wise or
size wise? You say you're in Citrus County.
Yes, sir. I'm in Citrus. So basically, if you come down 75 to Ocala and turn west and go to the coast. So Citrus County is beside Levy, corners up to Marion County, and so if you're familiar with Cedar Key, we're just south of Cedar Key. And we have two towns. We have Crystal River and Inverness. And countywide population, we're about 150 to 160,000. And I work for the county.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Brian. I'm sorry for the technical glitch, but we got through it, and I will be in touch with you just as soon as I know more on my end.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman has left our meeting. Our next candidate, Elizabeth Ladner, she goes by Lynn, is in our waiting room. If you want to take a 2 to 5 minute break, we can, or if you would like her to come on in, she's ready when you are.
It's y'all's pleasure. 5-minute break. Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break, please.
Okay, 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:40. Thank you.
Here's some refreshments.
I'll watch that.
Yeah, he said go ahead. Okay, Mr. Copeland stepped up, but he said to go ahead.
Are we ready, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have Miss Lynn Ladner. Her name is Elizabeth, but she does go by Lynn. She's in our waiting room and we can bring her in. I'll just remind you to look at your rating sheet, which is behind the information for Mr. Kaufman, who we just interviewed, and make some notations on there or mentally or somewhere else relative to strengths that you saw in him as a potential candidate, as well as areas of concern, so we can discuss those later. And if you are doing the ranking sheet, you should be in the second column. And between the two candidates that you've interviewed, whichever is your preferred candidate, and I know that's very subjective, you list them in the top box in the second column, and then the one that is your least favorite of the two in the second box going down. So you'll have a 1 and a 2 ranking right now between Mr. Adams and Mr. Kaufman. That's it. I think we're ready to bring Ms. Ladner in. Hi, Lynn. Renee Norlock, if you can see me. I think you're muted. I hope you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can. I have video and audio, Lynn.
All right.
That said, I'm going to turn you over to some nice folks here. They've got some questions to ask you. And hopefully we will not have any tech problems throughout this interview. So good luck, Lynn.
Okay, first of all, I'm Steve Witt. I'm the mayor here, and I want to welcome you and thank you for applying and being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and our first question is, we have had an opportunity to review your resume. Take a few minutes to briefly explain from your perspective how your background prepares you for this position.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. My background, I have had the opportunity to serve as a city manager, city administrator in 3 states, the state of Kansas, the state of Michigan, and also recently as an interim manager in the state of Florida. One of the greatest opportunities of my life, sort of an opportunity I didn't know that was going to happen, and I fell in love with the state of Florida. Prior to that, I'd only visited on vacation and didn't realize how much I would love Florida when I had the opportunity to spend a longer period of time there. I have, as a city manager, basically had the opportunity to oversee all departments from finance to human resources, work hand in hand with my utilities department, including water, wastewater, an electric utility. I know Lake City has a gas utility, which is slightly different than an electric utility, but they do have a lot of parallels, and they are something that are unique to cities, and very few cities have the opportunity to have those types of utilities. Have been the economic development director in several cities. I have strong budgeting experience and finance. I have taken the opportunity to continue updating my emergency management experience since my opportunity in Kansas City, and have most recently updated my NIMS training, and I'm updating that even further because Florida is something that I find very interesting, but as I am also looking at opportunities along the East Coast, I know that all of the communities I'm looking at will require my updated emergency management skills. I hold a certification as a senior certified professional in human resources and have had the opportunity to help all of my organizations with their human resources requirements, including updating their human resources job descriptions, their personnel manuals, implementing performance management programs, performance reviews, and unfortunately have never had the opportunity to have an HR director, but I look forward to working with an HR director there in Lake City. Have had great relationships with contract attorneys in all of my organizations, and I know that Lake City has a great contract attorney. I've been watching your meetings, and he's done a great job of helping you guys negotiate through different ordinances, annexations, resolutions, different things that you've got going on. And so I think my experience in working with outside contractors for different things, contract engineering, coming from smaller communities ranging from 2,400 up to 14,000, provides me the experience of knowing how to work with outside contractors as opposed to having all those departments internally that many engineers and many managers have had, so that I know how to work with those. I also have experience working with regulatory bodies and FEMA on disaster relief, both in Michigan and Kansas. And so I feel that I am a strong candidate for Lake City.
Thank you.
Ms. Ladner, I'm Todd Sampson. I'll be asking the next question. Describe your leadership and management style. In addition, describe your previous supervisors' management styles and what you learned from them relative to management styles.
To me, leadership and management are two different things. My leadership style is that of servant leader. Don't know how familiar all of you are with what is called the servant leadership style. It's something I truly believe in. There is not something that I will ask any of my employees to do that I'm not willing to do myself. I have gone out to large fire scenes and delivered Gatorade and food to the fire department and help them as they are changing over shifts while they're dealing with fires, help them, in whatever way possible. Obviously, I'm not a trained firefighter, but I've assisted them and then gone back to the fire station and helped them clean up. I have helped the Public Works Department with setting up barriers for parades and, just doing their basic work. I have even gone out as necessary in Michigan. Unfortunately, we've gotten a lot of snow, and when you have a large snow event, the Department of Transportation limits the amount of time a driver can be behind the plow and be driving. And when you've been snowing for 3 days, I have been willing to get in the vehicle and drive the smaller plows and clear the public's parking lots so that we can keep our downtown open and our public workers stay within compliance and go home and get some sleep. There's not a job I'm afraid to do. If we have, a lot of people on vacation, I will cover the front desk because to me, my employees seeing that I'm willing to do their job and help them out lets them know that I value them and I empower them so that they can come to me with a question or ask for training. But as a manager, they also know that I will manage them. I give them a job. I expect them to do their job. I'm not going to micromanage them. I have expectations. I place those expectations on them. And if they get those jobs done in 6 hours in the day and they are able to take on additional responsibilities to show me how they would like to expand their job, great. But if they are unable to complete their job, then as a manager, I will start walking them through and find ways to explore ways to improve their performance. I want all of my employees to succeed, but I am not afraid to ensure that I will manage the organization to ensure that the city is not being left behind or taken advantage in any way. When it comes to working with and what I have learned from my managers and my department heads, the best department heads that I have seen are the ones that they are willing to treat their employees as family, as if they are all equals, even though similarly they are willing to do whatever the department needs to do. Police chiefs that are willing to pick up a shift if they've got injured employees and they're short staff, public works employee superintendents that are willing to plow streets or get out there and help with a major project. But at the same time, the department heads that I have learned what not to do are the ones that run from what I consider a command and control style. They tell the employees what to do. They give directions, but no positive feedback. It's all negative feedback, and it becomes an us versus them mentality, and it creates a very siloed workforce. And when you have that type of management style from your department heads, it creates friction within the departments and then creates friction across the city. So I prefer managers that again, have more of the servant leader mentality, as I do.
Ms. Ledner, my name is Eugene Jefferson, and I'll be asking you the next question. Please describe your experiences within the following 4 areas: budgeting and financial management, strategic planning, visioning, utilities, and capital improvement.
I'm sorry, budgeting and financial management, strategic management and visioning, and what was the last one?
Utilities and capital improvements.
One second. All right, addressing the first 2, budgeting and financial management. From day one as a city manager, I have had the positive experience of being involved in budgeting and financial management. The first community that I was hired as a city administrator for, Hiawatha, Kansas, had been without a manager for 5 months. They had an interim that would come in 2 days a week. And Kansas's budget laws are different than other states in which I have worked. in that there are specific forms that the state puts out. They are downloaded. You must complete those forms. They are approved by the governing body no later than the end of July, submitted to the county. The county commission must approve those budgets with mill levy no later than their first meeting in August. And the county treasurer must submit those forms with the approved mill levy for the following fiscal year, which starts January 1, no later than August 15. My first day with the city of Hiawatha was July 5th. And when I walked into the office and met with the interim administrator, he informed me that he had not began the budget cycle, as he did not feel it was his responsibility to make recommendations to the council for the following fiscal year, as he would not be there long term. I had just transitioned into that position and moved there from completing my education in Michigan, was completely unfamiliar with Kansas budgeting laws, and had 2 weeks to put together a budget using state mandated forms, publish the budget in a small community that only published a paper once a week, and get it approved by my council and submitted to the county in less than a month. To say that it was trial by fire in budgeting would be one of the most honest statements that you could make. I put in probably 90 hours a week, every week that first July. I submitted a budget to the council. The first meeting that I had with them 2 weeks after I started, it was approved by the council. A public hearing was held at a special meeting the last week of July, where it was approved and the mill levy was approved. The budget was then sent to the county for approval, and we met all of the state required benchmarks. I would not recommend that way of learning to do budgeting for municipal government, but for anyone to learn an entire new state's budgeting requirements and laws and putting together a city budget in a month. But it was actually quite exhilarating. And I have successfully put together budgets every year since that time. My budgets have ranged from as small of a general fund as $3 million to general funds as large as $8 million. In the city of Hart, our general fund was small. The largest fund was actually very similar to your general fund. Our electric fund was a $14 million electric fund, which quite outweighed what our general fund was, because we had to deal with the purchase and generation and distribution of electric power. So it gave me the opportunity to work with a much greater general operating budget. In terms of capital improvement budgets, in every community, I have dealt with putting together 1, 3, and 5-year capital improvement budgets. In the city of Hiawatha. It was the first time that they had ever had more than a 1-year capital improvement budget, and we developed a 3 and 5 year budget, which was necessary as the city came under pressures from the state for violations of our wastewater treatment plant for improper discharges from the wastewater plant. In Hart, it also became necessary to put together actually a long-term 10-year capital improvement plan as we began, before I left, putting together the long-term 10-year plan to take all of our electric distribution into underground electric distribution rather than above ground, so that we would not have to worry about challenges with windstorms and accidents and things like that for ensuring resiliency and redundancy to our electric distribution, especially which was critical to our industrial infrastructure. So I've put those together in conjunction with contract engineering firms and my utility and public works departments, which handle our streets. So that's my experience in budgeting and capital improvements. Utilities kind of all falls into that. Water and wastewater in every community except for Hart. I've had a water utility that had a water treatment facility. In Hart, we were actually quite fortunate that we had what were called artisanal wells. We had 7 artisanal wells that the water quality was so phenomenal that we were able to pump directly from the wells to our water distribution system with no need for chlorination or fluoridation of the water, and still met both state and federal standards for water quality every year. And we did have to do all of the standard testings that a public water system had to do. So don't think that it was like a rural individual housing water well system. We still had to do the regular quarterly samplings and things like that. It was some of the best tasting water I've ever had, and was surprised that it was actually a community water system that didn't need treatment of any sort. Wastewater utilities have had very large digester systems. In Hart in particular, our large wastewater system was designed large enough for a city much larger than the city of Hart. It was actually considered one of the largest wastewater treatment facilities, and we treated 1.5 million gallons of wastewater a day due to our large industrial output. We were in the process of completely redoing our digesters and putting in new systems, and we're getting ready to bid in 2022 for the addition of new holding ponds. In Hiawatha, we had a UV disinfection plant for our wastewater, and we were able to treat our water, and it was clean enough that we were able to legally, under state and federal mandates, to discharge directly to a surface water discharge, which is unusual in a lot of wastewater plants to be able to surface water discharge. So I have had water and wastewater utilities. I've had electric utility experience. The only, as I said, utility experience I have not had in running is a gas utility, which Lake City has. But I believe with my experience with the other utilities, including Hart's Electric, including running a hydroelectric dam, that I would be quite capable of assisting the department heads with their duties and understanding those requirements. Strategic management and visioning. Have done a lot of that, worked with councils on strategic management in South Lyon, when we had a very large turnover of the council, brought in a new mayor. We'd had a mayor that had been elected for 20 years, and he did not win the election. So we had a new mayor. The new mayor wanted to do something different. We brought in an outside facilitator by the name of Lou Bender. The council got together on a Saturday morning and did a SWOT analysis of what they thought about the community. And separately, we had the department heads do a similar SWOT analysis. And then Saturday afternoon, we brought in members of the public. It was open to the public, but we had reached out to specific key members of the chamber, of different organizations within the school district, the county sheriff's department, surrounding townships, the county, and asked them to come in and also provide some input. And from that, it was narrowed down to a vision statement and specific 3-month, 6-month, 1 year, and 5-year goals for the city that the council had and created a dashboard for. So strategic management, I have a lot of experience working with the balanced scorecard. It's kind of an older system of strategic management and goal setting, visioning. But I think it's a great way of really balancing the goals and visions of an organization, but also tying that into financial goals and the realities of the finances of an organization.
Good morning, Slim. My name is Jake Hill, and I'll be asking the next question. What will we learn about you if we contact the cross-section of citizens from your current or most recent community, including supporters, contractors, and community organizations?
You will learn that I was active in the community, that I was involved. I wasn't quite as involved in Hart as I was in South Lyon. I say that simply because by the time I moved to Hart, my children had aged out of the education system, and it is a little bit more difficult to be involved in the school district when you don't have children in it. Unfortunately, in the society that we live in these days, people that don't have that student parental connection, it's difficult to become involved and to volunteer because there are questions about that. But I've always been a member of the chamber organization in every community that I'm involved in. I've always been a member of the economic development organizations. Always supported the local 4-H organizations, both in Kansas and in every county in Michigan, even on the eastern side, which people don't think in the Southeast Michigan, Ann Arbor, Detroit area. 4-H is a big opportunity, but it is because I think it's a great opportunity for people to learn leadership and public speaking and a lot of different opportunities that they don't learn elsewhere. very active in church, always have been. Active in recreational opportunities. I go to community events. I walk around town. I do my business locally. Even though I'm, not currently serving a community in my current role, I go to the local grocery store and I talk to the people that are shopping there. I, talk to the clerks and the store owners. If I go out to eat, I go to the local pub because I believe in supporting the local businesses. In Hart, when the pandemic hit, the first thing I did was sit down with my economic development director and said, okay, how are we going to do this? What can we do? How can we get money in the pockets of these business owners? And we found a digital gift card program, and we were able to find an anonymous donor that donated $10,000 as a match. And going into Mother's Day, May of 2020, when everything else was shutting down, people could go online and buy a $25 gift card to a local, not your Walmart, not your Kmart, but the local nail salon, the local hairdresser, the local pub, the local grocery store. And for every $25, that $25 automatically became a $35 gift card thanks to that $10,000 donation. And that money, because of that $10 donation, we immediately the next week cut those checks directly to the business owners. So instead of going through some big, huge national organization, that one-time thing, we had a limited number of cards because we only had that $10,000, but we were able to take, I think that first time was close to $40,000 and put it directly in our small business owners' pockets at the beginning of the pandemic, before Congress and the states and anybody had done any of their things to help local business owners, because we knew they were hurting because people couldn't leave. And maybe people weren't using the gift certificates right away, but they got the cash right away. And we were able to save a lot of our small business owners. And because it was so successful, we ended up having 3 more rounds by Mother's Day of 21 with additional anonymous donors matching each of those rounds so that we could help our local businesses survive. And not only our small town, but it became so popular that we were able to open it countywide to all the businesses in the county. So not just our community was helped, but every local business in the county, because we had sat down and found a way to really help other people. And I'm sorry, I know I'm probably off the mark. I don't even remember what the question was, but.
You okay?
Okay, the next question is, how will you establish credibility and build trust with the elected officials, department directors, residents, and staff upon arrival as the new city manager?
I'm going to meet with each and every one of you face to face in your comfort zone. And when I say in your comfort zone, I'm going to go to the department head's office, building, where they work. If it's the police chief, I'm going to go to his office. If it's the fire chief, it's his office. If it's a council member, I can meet you for coffee. I can meet you for lunch or dinner. If you want to come in and we can meet in your office, my office. If you want to go for a walk through town and show me your favorite aspects of Lake City and where, what you think is the most incredible thing about Lake City, that's what we'll do. When it comes to establishing relationships with the residents, I'm going to get out and be there. I'm going to be at church. I'm going to be in the restaurants. I'm going to be walking around. My door in my office is going to be open. Literally, unless I'm in a meeting, I'm not going to have somebody saying, nope, sorry, you can't come in. And, she's not taking visitors. When I say I have an open door policy, I have an open door policy. If I'm not actively busy, my door is open. And when my door is open, my door is open.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next question, how do you encourage, motivate, and develop staff? And what ways have you found to promote morale within your organization?
I encourage staff to look at the job they're doing and look 2, 3, 5 years down the road and say, am I where I want to be? And if I'm not where I want to be, where do I want to be? And then put a plan in place. Write down a plan. What are your goals? Where do you want to be? And once they identify their goals, come to me and, okay, let's figure out how you can do this. Are there free training classes? Are there a way to get financial assistance for classes that you need that aren't free? Is it a completely different career path? Can I find you a mentor in the career path that you're looking for? Is there somebody in my personal network that I can connect you with that can help you on that career path? And that mentor may not be, somebody nearby, but, in a virtual world nowadays, there's a lot that we can do in connecting and having virtual meetings and helping to mentor people. I think there are a lot of different ways. You can bring in a lot of different free trainings and different educational opportunities for your employees. And just make sure that, they have the opportunity to understand that everyone has the opportunity to be and do anything in this world. There is nothing that holds any of us back. Most people have no idea that number one, that I spent a lot of years waiting tables, and number two, they also have zero idea that I worked on a factory floor for 2 years as a blue collar worker, and I can run a 5-ton brake press and MIG and TIG weld. So if somebody says that, oh, well, I don't have an education, or, I'm only working in a factory, I can only do a blue collar job, I'm living proof that you don't have to just be what you think you are. You can be a professional. You can do whatever you set your mind to. And it's all whatever you want to set your mind to. It's setting goals and reaching for the stars. When it comes to motivating employees, it's the same thing, letting them see that there's nothing that stops them. Going out and giving the attaboys, I'm not somebody that's just going to sit in the office and wait for something phenomenal to happen and, then recognize. I'm also someone that's, and maybe I am a dying breed, but I'm willing to spend money out of my own pocket to acknowledge workers. Like I said, firefighters, big fire. I'll go to the local store and pick up, 2 cases of Gatorade and drop it off because I know they need it. I'm not going to bill it back to the city because that's just me being me. I take, donuts to the public works department with a, gallon of Starbucks, just because I wanted to stop and say hi to everybody in the morning. And to me, that's just me being me. I do a lot of, stop by and, drop off things for the employees, give them an attaboy, pizza parties, out of the blue, which doesn't sound like a lot, but, I've gone so far as to order whole catered meals for my staff that I paid for, and not because the city paid for it, because it was a Thursday during the summer, and barbecued rib and briskets and the sides sounded like a really cool summer dinner. And I called the local restaurant and said, hey, we've got, this many employees. Can you cater dinner for us next Thursday? Me showing the employees that I value them. Not I value them as employees, but I value them as family and friends. I think, to me, that is how I motivate employees and boost their morale, because it's what I'm willing to do and how I'm willing to be as a person to them, not just as a manager, but as a human being.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be asking the next question. Tell us about the most difficult management decision you have made in the past few years. And in describing that example, give us an idea of the alternative options you analyze before making the decision.
The most difficult management decision I have made was to demote a police chief. He, lifelong city resident, had been the police chief for 12 years. And a domestic violence issue from his past came to light from prior to his being promoted to police chief, but it became public and it was not consistent with the city's values for that position. He was also a good friend. My options were to demote him back to a command position within the department or outright termination. It had happened so many years before. And with the support of my council, the decision was made to demote him down to a sergeant's position rather than terminate his employment entirely. But it was by far the hardest decision I have had to make as a manager. I can't even express how difficult it was, as he was a close friend. He had been with us for so long. He'd been the chief for 12 years. He'd been with the department for 30.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Lynn, see where I'm at. Okay. Right. With the continuing physical constraints, what do you believe are the keys to city managing and their increased demand for service? You okay? Take your time.
Sorry, I'm still recovering from that last one. That's a hard one to talk about. I think the key for local governments in the future with our fiscal constraints is our ability to collaborate and partner with other units of government and local organizations and businesses. We need to be able to seek out and identify businesses, organizations, other governmental units in our area that either already provide the service, can provide the service, or are providing similar services, and find a way to partner with and or support those organizations. If it's another local government unit, whether it be a township, whether it be a county, whether it be another city, partnering with them to stretch our tax dollars, it only makes sense. Redundancy of services. There's a lot of pride that goes on with local governments in having our own services, having our own street department, having our own parks department, having our own assessing department, having our own whatever. But the reality is more and more things are being automated, and we need to be able to identify, number one, what are truly core services of government, and two, what as an individual government we are truly best at. And if we are not the best of class, and the township or the county or the next community over is, and we can partner with them and provide our community with that best of class and be fiscally responsible, that only makes sense. And if it's a service that our residents want, which a lot of our quality of life services like parks and rec and the economic development and things like that, those are not what you call core services of government. If there's an organization that is already providing the same or similar services that we can support and help them grow and help them do it, and again, be fiscally responsible, it's not always necessary for government to provide the service to make sure that we ensure that the services are provided. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, the next question is describe the ideal relationship between the board and the city manager, the board and staff.
Collaborative, and especially between the board and the manager. Obviously, the manager serves at the pleasure of the board, and the manager advises, they provide input, but as a manager, the board's decision is final. And if I give you advice and you, because you have a different perspective or you have experience or knowledge that I'm not privy to, choose to go in a different direction, I'm going to respect that, and I will absolutely accept it and 100% get behind that. But I want us to collaborate as a symbiotic team to make sure that Lake City moves forward and becomes everything that it can be. And the best way to describe my relationship with the department heads is we're a team. Everybody has to be rowing in the same direction. There may be times when, I delegate that top seat to the public works guy because whatever we're working on, he's going to be in charge because this is his area of expertise. Yeah, I'm still his boss, but as a team, he's the head goalie. I can still coach him and tell him what we need to do, but he's still going to be the head goalie. So as a team, I'm the coach. We're going to get things done. And so I guess maybe it's more of a captain than the coach. I'm the team captain. They're the teammates. We're all going to play and we're going to get the ball down the field and we are going to win the game for the town, and the council is the coach. How's that?
That sounds good.
From your vantage point, what do you perceive to be the opportunities and challenges facing the city of Lake City now and in the future?
The opportunities is you are primed for economic growth. You are at a turning point, I believe, where you can really grow economically, but there are challenges that have to be faced in terms of infrastructure, which is nothing new. Everybody in the country is facing infrastructure challenges. My concern, I have seen a lot of a lot of focus on the development of the airport in terms of your economic development focus. And I would like to see a broader focus on economic development. I'd hate the community to put all of their economic development eggs per se in one basket, because that creates a challenge for everyone in that if for some reason the grant funds don't continue to come through to develop the airport and make it into a larger, more desirable regional hub for growth, then we've lost ground and lost time that other communities have taken advantage of. I think the downtown is primed to take a step towards really capitalizing on some of the historic options that are down there. I think it would be prudent to really look at options for sort of focusing on a vision of making sure everything has a similar look and feel, and then moving that out of the downtown across the community. I've seen that to some extent with the plans you're doing for your amenities like trash cans and benches and things like that. But I want to make sure that that continues throughout the community.
Thank you. Next question. Describe your approach to ethics in the workplace. In addition, describe a situation where you felt pressured to compromise your integrity and how you dealt with it.
My approach to ethics in the workplace is honestly the same approach I have towards ethics anywhere. I'm sort of a black and white person when it comes to ethics. You're either ethical everywhere, or you're, sort of a shades of gray kind of person. I had somebody sort of tell me I'm rather militaristic that way when I was asked about my approach to being on time the other day. And I was brought up that early is on time is late is unacceptable. So I guess you can sort of take your perception of ethics from that. When it comes to ethics, I have a hard time finding a whole lot of shades of gray in ethics. An ethical conundrum that I came under at one point was I was asked by a mayor to send out a letter on city letterhead using city resources to businesses soliciting funds for a private organization for which he was a member. And it put me in a difficult position. Obviously, as the mayor, he was my boss. But from an ethical standpoint, to me, it was black and white. And I had to explain to him that while I was willing to provide him with a listing of the mailing addresses of the businesses, because they were part of our economic development group, I was not comfortable and would not send out the letter on city letterhead using city resources because it was unethical. the use of the city's letterhead implied that the city was sponsoring the event, and the use of city resources was the expenditure of taxpayer funds for an event of a private organization that was not associated with the city, for which the city was not sponsoring nor associated with, and I couldn't ethically do it. He was not particularly happy, but he agreed, and I did give him the mailing list.
Thank you. Oh, okay, last question is a two-part question. Why are you interested in this position? And is there anything you would like to?
Why am I interested in this position? Well, probably because I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't be. I think Lake City is an amazing, vibrant, growing community. And I believe it'll allow me to use my expertise and experiences to be an asset for the community.
Okay, one more question. Can you tell us how does Lake City compare to where you coming from? Your recent.
My most recent community, it is larger. Hart was a community of about 3,400. The community I was in prior to that was a town of just over 13,000. So I have worked in communities similar in size. It is an inland community. It's similar in terms of sort of a cross between all of my communities. The city of Hiawatha was at the intersection of two major U.S. highways, and therefore we had economic development opportunities that it came from that, as well as being along the main line of the BNSF Railroad. South Lyon was a larger community just outside of the Metro Detroit area. So similar to being, 60 miles outside of Jacksonville, Lake City, has that close proximity to a major metropolitan area. Hart is more of a rural area, but we had the tourism because we were 15 minutes from Lake Michigan in what is considered to be one of the most desirable lake counties, with homes that range from $800 to $1.5 million along Lake Michigan, and a tourist population that boomed to 10,000 every summer. So I'm very familiar with dealing with large changes in population, tourism, and dealing with a changing base of population that the gateway to Florida, as Lake City is, would deal with on a regular basis. So I believe that, my varied experience all would be a great asset to Lake City.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today. And we appreciate you applying.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch with you soon.
Thank you, Renee.
Okay.
Everybody have a happy holiday season and happy New Year.
Same here.
Thank you. You too. So Ms. Ladner has been let out of our meeting. We are very close to being on schedule. 11:45 was our last interview, and it's 11:47 now. I would suggest that we take a few-minute break here, Mayor, if you're inclined to do that.
That sounds good.
All right, let's take 5 minutes and be back here at 11:51. Our next candidate is in our waiting room already.
You know, I'm with you.
Matt, are you ready?
Wait on her.
Okay, I think we're all ready.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Thomas is in the waiting room, so we'll have Matt let him in and we'll be ready to go. Hi, Thomas. If you can see me, it's Renee Norlock. Your video is good. Your audio is muted.
Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. I'm going to turn
Okay.
you over to some nice folks here, Thomas. They got some questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas, I'm Steve Witt, the mayor for Lake City, and it's a pleasure to have you here today, and we appreciate you applying. And I get to ask the first question. We have had
Good morning.
Good morning. We've had an opportunity to review your resume. Take a few minutes to briefly explain from your perspective how your background prepares you for this position.
Well, I have about 25 years of experience in local government. I've had the opportunity to work in about 5 different states and nearly every level. I've worked as a budget analyst, an associate planner, an assistant to the city manager, an assistant county manager, a city manager, working organizations from 100,000 to 4,000. In addition to that, I've had the opportunity to work in 3 different cities in Florida. So I'm familiar with how Florida local governments are financed, how comprehensive land use plans are done, how economic redevelopment deals are done, revenue sources. And I have a master's degree in public administration, specializing in public finance. So I think briefly, those many years of experience, that variety is particularly experience in Florida, I think prepares me to be the best candidate for your organization.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thomas, this is Todd Sampson. I'll be asking the next question. Describe your leadership and management style. In addition, describe your previous supervisors' management styles and what you learned from them relative to the management styles.
Well, my perspective on management always goes back to I was a kid, my grandfather ran 5 businesses, and he would work Monday through Saturday and only took Sundays off for church. And he led by example. And that has always been my perspective. Be the first one to work, be the last one to leave, not ask someone to do something you're not willing to do yourself. Be very honest and transparent with your goal setting with your department directors and with an organization, and be very strategic in your thinking and how you approach things. I learned a great deal in local government about how you do day-to-day management during my 5-6 years as assistant county manager in Dougherty County, Georgia, working under the county manager there. We built up the budget through zero-based budgeting, through performance-based budgeting, line item. We would spend weekends putting together the budget, and we were very detail-oriented how we approach financing things, strategizing. And to this day, Dougherty County is debt-free because of the guidance of the county administrator and because of my assistance during my 5-6 years there.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, my name is Eugene Jefferson, and I'll be asking you the next question. Please Please describe your experiences within the following 4 areas: budgeting and financing, management, strategic planning, visioning, utilities, and capital improvement.
All right, let's start out with budgeting. I began my career as a budget analyst in Tallahassee, Florida, and doing capital projects, working with fire departments, city manager's office. Since then, at my core, I've been a budget analyst. I've done, as I said previously, I've done zero-based budgeting, performance-based budgeting. During my time in Macon, I inherited a financial crisis where I had to make a lot of budgeting changes in regards to right sizing, dealing with the how we finance our capital improvement projects, establishing a financial policy, putting that in place. So at my core, I am a budget and I am a finance guy, and that is probably my my greatest strength. What was that second issue, sir? I was trying to write it all down.
Strategic planning?
Yes. I've done about 3 comprehensive land use plans. I've done strategic financial plans for organizations outlining how we're going to go about budgeting over the 3 to 5 year period. I've done 5-year, 6-year capital improvement plans outlining how we're going to finance capital projects, how we're going to go about projecting and assessing when those projects should be done. And I think those various experiences of 25 years of doing that, I think will be an asset to your organization as well. What was the third one?
Utilities.
Yep. During my time in Alaska, I was responsible for all the major utilities, water, sewer, electric utility, wastewater management, worried about how we did the capital improvement for those different facilities, setting the rates, developing how you're going to keep them generating revenue for the overall organization. And most of my time during my time there was dealing with the full service utilities, because where we were located, we didn't have any mutual aid agreement because we were in the Bering Sea. And if something went down, we were the first responder, and it would take days for someone to get and assist us in any way. What was the next one, sir?
What was capital improvements?
Being responsible for multiple capital improvement projects, from building animal shelters, to doing 5-year street improvement programs, to negotiating public-private partnerships to do improvements of infrastructure. Perfect example, when I was in Rock Island, Illinois, did a street assessment of all our streets, outlined the streets were the good, fair, or bad, develop a 5-6 year plan for bringing those streets into improvement, outlining the ones that had to be improved on first. In the past, it had been very political. During my time in Georgia, very involved in taking to the public special local option sales tax, whereas a penny sales tax, where you outline projects that you want to accomplish, bringing those to the elected board and having them approved. And then once those projects are approved by the public, getting the low interest loans to finance getting those projects early while the revenues come in. So I've been involved in street assessments, infrastructure improvements, capital projects in animal shelters, downtown park development, just 2 examples.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, my name is Jake Hill, and I'll be asking you the next question. What will we learn about you if we contact a cross section of the citizens from your current or recent community involvement, including supporters, distractors, and community organizations?
I think you'll find that they'll all say that I'm dedicated to what I do. I'm to the point. I'm proactive. I'm one of the few people I know that I'm actually doing the career I went to college to do. I'm out in the public. I realize it's a 24/7 job. I'm active in Rotary, Lions Club, go to all the different type of public events, understanding that I'm the face of the organization, that I'm transparent, and I'm honest. And I am the base of giving out the information and the messaging for the organization moving it forward.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is, how will you establish credibility and build trust with the elected officials, department directors, residents, and staff upon arrival as the new city manager?
I always have a 90-day plan when I come into an organization. My first 90 days, I get a full assessment of my department directors, their strengths and weaknesses, try to figure out how to help them achieve past those weaknesses to be successful, and how to enhance their strengths. I set goals and objectives for them on an annual basis that are measurable, that is very transparent, that are shared within the organization. And once those goals are set, I meet on a monthly basis with those department directors as a group to see how we can help each other be successful. Because in my experience, directors can have a tendency to work in silos. And I try to make them work as a group and as a team. And they're all, it's very transparent, so everyone knows what everyone's trying to achieve. When working in an elected body, I try to establish an individual relationship with every council member. Don't let a week or two go by without having that one-on-one. Establish how you want to meet, face-to-face, through the phone, through social media like FaceTime, but don't let 2 weeks go by without having those ongoing relationships and conversations. Dealing with the public, having an open door policy. Citizen comes in and wants to meet with me and schedule time with me, making myself available. If I'm not available, then schedule time when I can meet with them. My business card, not only having my name and address on it, my work email on it, but also my cell phone on it. So when I hand them out, they can reach me directly and address any issue of concern. And understanding that I'm the face of the organization, I have to be honest, have to be transparent, and I have to be above board in how I approach things. And understanding that I won't lie to you. Sometimes you won't like the answers I'll give you, but I'll approach things from a strategic and honest perspective.
The next question is, how do you encourage, motivate, and develop staff? And what ways have you found to promote morale within your organization?
Firstly, open door policy. Being willing to meet with any employee if they need to address something that issue of concern. Secondly, the budgeting. Making sure that you're budgeting for continuing education, for training, for certification for the employees, making sure that you're investing in them. So when opportunities come up for them to advance the organization, they'll be prepared to take advantage of them. Developing, going around, meeting with employees in every department. Establishing a policy where maybe every 2 weeks, I take an employee from a different department out to lunch, find out what motivates them to work for the city, try to find out how I can help them to be successful in the organization, and making the rounds, visiting with department directors, seeing how their workflow is going, external departments, driving around with the public safety, seeing issues of concern in different neighborhoods, and showing them that you care and you want to see about them being successful in the organization.
Very good, thank you.
I'll be asking the next question. Tell us about the most difficult management decision you have made in the past few years. And then describing that example, give us an idea of the alternative and option you analyzed before making that decision.
I think the toughest decisions I made in my political career was during my tenure as the manager of Macon, Georgia. I came to the organization knowing that we were under a great deal of financial difficulties, but I did not realize how the severity of it until I got there and realized that they were making payroll through tax anticipation notes. I had a 90-day plan that I had to completely reevaluate and throw out because we had a financial crisis that I had to begin to deal with. I had a multitude of options to consider, potentially cutting back on potential services, potential looking at every department, seeing which positions we can do out and looking to do right sizing, potentially selling of potential services that we provided with public-private partnerships. I met with the department directors over a number of about 3 months. We did a combination of looking at vacancies and field positions to identify 100 positions that we could right size that would not have an impact on the service delivery of the organization to the citizens. Because in the end, the citizens are the boss. The citizens are the ones we are responsible to providing services to. So we identified 100 positions to right size. I made some tough decisions regarding our health insurance plan. We had early retirees who retired and weren't eligible for Social Security and Medicare until 65. We moved them over to Medicare Plan B for substantial savings to the organization. I established a financial policy for the first time in the organization. And all these decisions were tough decisions, but they were decisions made in a transparent manner where when I came with these recommendations, working with my department directors, I had 15 council members. I brought them in small groups and sold this plan to them and make them understand that it wasn't going to have an impact on service delivery, but it was the best thing to keep the organization solvent and providing the same quality and level of service. It was tough because in my career, I've had at times to fire people, but this was the only time in my career where I had to terminate people, not based on performance, but based on the financial crisis that we were dealing with in the organization. And that was very tough, and it still weighs on me to this very day.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I have the next question. With the continuing fiscal strategic, what do you believe are the keys to cities managing and their increased demand for service?
Repeat that again, so I didn't hear the beginning part of it.
Okay, with the continuing physical constraints, what do you believe are the keys to cities managing their increased demand for service?
Well, I think the key is you're going to have to prioritize. You can't at times provide every service that you want to provide. And secondly, if it is a priority, you're going to have to make the financial choices where you're going to apply your certain resources. Secondly, if the resources is a priority, you may have to look for partnerships, not only just in local government, not only just in state, down and federal, but in the private sector as well. And you have to be creative about that. And also, you have to have a sort of an annual goal setting with the mayor and the council, where you bring them different issues and you outline the different issues, the pros and cons, and you put them in a position to make the goals for that year, what you're going to prioritize as, and what's the impact is going to be. And when you do those meetings, you have it open to the public. You have citizens there to be involved in it and give feedback on it. And they understand when you're doing this, you're giving up something because you're going to be in a position where you're not going to be able to do it all. Every place I've been, I've done annual goal setting where we do a 2-3 year period, 2-3 day set aside Friday and Saturday, bring department directors. We outline the things we're dealing with, bring a consultant, have the mayor and council there. We whiteboard the different things that we're working on, and we begin to rank and prioritize. We give feedback from the elected body based on the recommendations, what the focus should be. And the citizens are allowed to sit in and be involved in the process and listen. Because everyone is dealing with limited resources in every local government that I've worked with in my career. But the prioritization is critical, being transparent on what you're giving up when you're gaining something. So there's no surprises when certain things aren't done.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is describe the ideal relationship between the board and the city manager, the board and staff.
I think the ideal relationship between a manager and the council is honest and open communication, respecting the city manager form of government, accountability. If I'm contacted about something, to be made a priority working with the mayor and council, and it's not getting done, I mean being held accountable. And conversely, the mayor and council realizing that those priorities need to be brought to the manager, because if it's worked around me to department directors, and it's not done, then how am I going to be held accountable because the directors don't report directly to the mayor and council? Working with the department directors, making sure that the direction is very clear, either in verbally or writing, having those weekly meetings where you're talking about prioritization on a weekly basis, keeping things moving along, and making sure things don't fall between the cracks. And overall, being very transparent how we approach getting things done.
Thank you.
The next question is, from your vantage point, what do you perceive to be the opportunities and challenges facing the city of Lake City now and in the future?
Well, what I see now is you have opportunities for continued growth. How you're going to approach that growth is very critical, because I've worked in communities where growth was happening too fast when I got there. For instance, more retail development, more residential development, and local governments making deals with developers to get things done, and giving different discounts on fees and things of that nature. And thinking, well, this is going to be great, but 4 or 5 years from now, you're coming up revenue shorts because of all the discounts and the negotiations that you gave to potential developers. So growth is going to be an issue, but long term, it has to be smart growth. That means if you're bought a deal for something and the numbers don't add up short term and long term for the city, you may be in a situation to potentially say no. And that is tough when you have a developer that says, I'm going to give you so many potential jobs coming to your organization, and all I want is this. But you have to understand, in the end, while a developer is presenting you a potential offer, you have to think about the taxpayers first and what's going to be the long-term interest of them and the services that you're providing for them. So short term, I see a lot of growth issues, the interstate work being done, potential additional retail growth that is going on there, but the smart growth. And you have to be very strategic about how you approach doing that. And that's critical.
Thank you.
Thank you. Describe your approach to ethics in the workplace. And in addition, describe a situation where you felt pressured to compromise your integrity and how you dealt with it.
As I've said previously, being accountable and transparent in how I approach doing things, holding people accountable to the same level I hold myself accountable for, and also being willing to push back on being approached by doing something that is unethical. A number of years ago, I had an issue with a council member who had properties that had become non-compliant with our inspections. And the inspections department had sent him multiple notifications, and he had ignored those notifications. And it reached the point where it was brought to my attention. I had to sit him down and to counsel him on, by not bringing your properties into compliance and by ignoring the notices that you're being given. First, you undermine the effectiveness of the mayor and council, because on a regular basis, we're voting on issues related to condemnations. We're voting on issues related to new zoning and inspection guidelines that we're following. And you put that in danger, and you're voting on those types of issues. Secondly, you risk this issue going public into the media, and then undermining the credibility in the community of how we're being portrayed and projected. And third, I, as a manager, like when any citizen that comes in and has these issues, we're going to help you and assist you working out an improvement plan to get your property back into compliance. And once we establish a program, how we're going to bring the property back into compliance, we're going to stick to it, and we're going to help these properties get back where they need to be. And that was a very difficult process to went through. There was a bit of a sense of, because the person was elected, it shouldn't apply to them. It was a perspective that the individual felt that they were being picked on. And my intervening in this was very critical to getting it back in his properties back into compliance. And also I had to let him know that I had to let the mayor and council be aware of this was occurring, because this affects them all from respect to being elected officials. It was very difficult, but we got through it.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, last question. It's a two-part question. We're interested in this position. The second part of that, is there anything you would like to add or clarify before we conduct?
You asked me why am I interested in the position?
Yes.
Personally, I'm interested in relocating back to the North Florida, Southwest Georgia area. I'm originally from there, born in Tallahassee, spent years living in Tallahassee, living in Southwest Georgia, Albany, Georgia. I still have a home there. Most of my family is in that area, personally. Professionally, I'd like the size of your organization. I'd like the location of it. I'd like the dynamics of the things that you have coming, that I can be an asset to helping you being successful in regarding the economic development, redevelopment, dealing with infrastructure issues, dealing with the utilities. And I think professionally, I could be an asset to your organization. And what was the second half of that, sir? I didn't hear that part.
Is there anything you would like to add to clarify before we conclude? And I also have a question.
Okay.
Where you coming from? How does that compare to Lake City?
Well, presently, I'm not working in local government. I'm a certified public substitute teacher right now. The basis comparison is my last tenure, when I was the closest I can compare when I was with organizations during my time in Alaska, where I was responsible for all the utilities, dealing with growth issues, dealing with a multitude of non-residents coming in and out of your community, and how you would deal with those types of issues. From having a population of about 4,000, but non-residents brought the population up to about 11,000. No, 17,000. So those are the comparisons that I make there. I think also dealing with limitations on revenue sources. For the instance of most of your financing being by sales tax and no property taxes. Having experiences working in 3 local governments in Florida, knowing how you have to learn to finance in that creative way, and being very strategic, because sometimes those revenue sources go up and down, as opposed to property taxes can be a lot more steady.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for applying.
Well, I appreciate being invited to be a part of the process. I had hoped to be able to see you guys. I hope you can see me, but I hope to hear from you. And if you require any additional information from me, feel free to text me on my cell number on my resume or shoot me an email.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch, Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like we have dropped Mr. Thomas from our video call. It's been a long morning. We did, I think, conclude a little bit sooner than I thought we would, so that's good news. Mayor, I'll be glad to jump right in here and just get some direction from you and the council on our conversation going forward.
That's fine.
Okay. So there's just a few things I want to run past you. I don't want to jump out ahead of us, but these are things that we will be talking about down the road anyway. And I won't assume that there's somebody moving forward. We still have to determine that today. But should there be someone or more than one person that you would like to move forward and invite them for an on-site visit, I think that's the obvious next step here. I don't think that could happen before the end of the year, although that would be ideal. I just don't see it happening. There's too much going on for everybody on a personal and professional level between now and the end of the year. So I would say as soon as possible would be the first week of January. That said, I would encourage you, as we're talking about candidates, if there is one that you want to move forward or more than one, just be mindful that it's always, I don't know, maybe you have two that you like equally and they both need to move forward. But if not, it's always good to think about a backup. If you have someone that you like and you want to focus on that person, but we still have to come to terms with somebody. We still have to come to an agreement with somebody. So what I like to do is at a minimum have someone that you might want to reach out to first or consider first. But if there's someone that you feel equally strong about, we should bring them in the event we're not able to come to an agreement with one person. We could then begin to negotiate with a second person. That's just something to be thinking about. We never have any guarantees. I mean, at this point, we've established a mutual interest. They're very highly motivated and highly interested in being the city manager of Lake City. But again, we've got some yardage to go. They would want to come, be on site, take a look at you, make sure this is the right place for them, excuse me, as far as their career move. We will be talking about, for anyone that gets moved forward beyond an on-site, we would be talking about, an employment agreement, salary, benefits such as vacation, such as whether the city would offer relocation assistance, a severance package if they're terminated for not for cause, meaning they don't do anything wrong, just that the council chooses to terminate them for non-performance related issues. So there's a lot of things we still have to talk about. So again, I didn't want to jump too far out ahead. What we need to do now is make a determination if there are any people in this group that you would like to give further consideration to. I would remind you that these are video interviews. Sometimes you really can't get a sense of presence. It makes a difference if they come in person. So I would say, if you're really on the fence, maybe give benefit of the doubt because of the video interviews. But that's it. I think you learned enough about these folks today to know who we're talking about, excuse me, and the caliber of candidates we have. And hopefully enough to at least make a decision if you want to consider folks further. So Mayor, what I typically do at this time, if you and council are ready to do this, is we can approach this one of two ways. I can ask, first of all, is there anyone that you're interested in? And if the answer is yes, then I would ask you to do one of two things. Either you can each individually give me those rankings that you have in the back of your book. You can change your mind. You don't have to stick to your original ranking, but at least it'd give us a sense of if we have consensus amongst the council members right now on who our, say, top 1, 2, or 3 candidates are, then that would lead our discussion. The other thing we can do is we can go council person by council person and just say, let's talk about candidate number 1, Mr. Adams. Let's talk about him first, and each council person can take turns telling us what they think his strengths are or areas of concern are, and kind of where he ranked in the overall group. So either one of those will be helpful to us.
Anybody got any suggestions?
Yes, on Mr. Adams, he made the statement that he came and spoke with the community. I'd like to know what community or who in that community he spoke with. That's with Mr. Adams, but Mr. Thomas, I think Mr. Thomas would be a perfect fit for the city. He has a lot of experience in utilities. And, Mr. Thomas would be my first choice, and Mr. Adams would be my second choice.
Well, I can follow up. I think those are my 2 top. I was really impressed with everybody. I thought they were all very qualified. They gave good interviews. I really want to thank you for what you were able to do, and I was very pleased with the interviews today, all 4 of them. But if I had to pick in the 2, I'd like to, my choice is to bring at least 2 in, and that would be Mr. Adams and Mr. Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I think it was a good candidate pool. I just think it's very clear that there was a separation in the top 2. And to me, I had co-number 1s, and it was Mr. Adams and Mr. Thomas. I think either one of them would be excellent for the community.
Number 1s.
And I agree with that. My evaluation and my thoughts are no different from the other members of the board. I thought that Mr. Thomas and Mr. Adams was the top 2 candidates in my evaluation.
All right, wonderful. We have a quick consensus there, it appears. I will follow up with Mr. Adams and ask specifically who he spoke with. He did take it on his own to start circling the wagons, if you will, before he applied for the job. And I guess I give him credit for doing that. That's something I'd probably do if I was looking at a job, is to reach out to people in and around. I don't know for sure, so let me make it very clear. He may have already visited the community. I'm not aware of that if he has, but again, I see that a lot in the work I'm in, that people do that before they ever apply for a job. They show up. The fact that he said he grew up nearby, I think it was Orange Park, if I'm not mistaken, that tells me that he's already familiar with the area. So I felt more comfortable about him understanding where he's coming to, and in general the area. But I do give him credit for doing some more homework. That said, typically what I see is that cities will, when they bring candidates in on site, the city will pay for at least 1 night hotel stay. We usually try to align it with the weekend, because then they can stay over and get more done on the weekend. But at least 1 night, if not 2 hotels, airfare just for the candidate. Sometimes the candidate will bring their spouse on their own dime. I do not ask them to do that, nor would I ever ask them to do that. But that often happens if it's going to be a family decision and if the spouse is available. But that is not something that the city usually picks up the tab for. It's usually just the airfare for the candidate, and then any auto rental they need for the day or 2 that they're on site. So that's typically what cities cover. I don't know what your history is on doing that, or if you do that, or if you don't, but that is something I would need to communicate to these candidates, what you will cover, so they can make arrangements. I found by letting them make arrangements, they do a really good job. I tell them it needs to be reasonable, and if it's outside of reasonable, they need to call me. I suspect they would probably be looking at Jacksonville, flying in and out, and I think there's probably, from where they are, there's probably good airfares going in and out of Jacksonville. So that's it. I just need some directive from you on what you believe the city will cover so I can communicate that to the candidates.
That sounds reasonable to me. I think we've done that in the past too.
Okay.
I think at least 2 nights would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're gonna fly in one day and then they gotta be here and then so I'd say, yeah, 2 nights makes sense.
Okay.
At one time you talked about bringing them in either together or 2 different days. I think I'd recommend 2 different days.
Okay.
Thinking about them meeting certain people during the day and then a meet and greet at night.
Yes, sir.
And you said something about the weekend. Were you thinking of like a Friday night or Saturday or?
Yeah, I would like them to be on site, maybe on a Friday, so they can meet with folks. And then they would have Saturday to roam around and look for housing and schools and, whatever else they may need to get familiar with in the community for a transition. It would just, that wouldn't take away from their work week or their other schedule, if you will. Just the Friday flying in would take away from it, probably Thursday late, be there all day Friday to meet with people, to interact with people, and to get a feel, because they're looking at you too, right? They want to check it out. They want to make sure this is a good fit long-term from a career perspective as well as personal perspective. So we could do maybe one on a Friday and then one on a Monday. And that would also, give them that leeway over the weekend to scout out whatever they need to scout out to, make them feel comfortable that they've got the information they need.
Okay, so we were talking about Friday, maybe the 7th, and then Monday, the 10th. Okay.
And I can work with staff to put together a schedule for that. Set up a department directors meeting. And that's a twofold thing. It would kind of be a question and answer session, just so any meetings that happen, it's going to be very clear this is not an interview, right? Council's interviewing and council's making the decision, but a Q&A amongst your department directors and all in a room together is a really good thing. Everybody gets to interact. Candidates get to understand what the team, the team they're inheriting, what that team looks like, the strengths there, and learn something. Everybody learns something through these processes, because we need to they need to be as informed as possible coming into your community and certainly into your organization.
So that brings up another question. So we would have those 2 visits, and then we would set up further interviews after that. Is that what
I think we could, if possible, schedule a group interview, much like the one we had today, but in person with council for the community to be able to come and sit. And it would be a more in-depth interview than today, meaning more detailed questions specifically about the candidate. And then from that, I would hope that the council, after the community involvement, the meeting of the departments and interacting with the community in general, and the one-on-ones with each council member, 30-minute meeting, one-on-one, and then the group interview. I would hope that council, after all of that, once the 2 candidates are done, council would then be ready to move forward and select a person and begin to talk terms with someone.
Mayor, may I ask a question? If you're talking about doing a meet and greet type of situation, are you having 2 independent ones?
Yes.
Typically, we bring both candidates in together and have them, like at the council chambers, we've had them both come, and then the public comes. Is that not, we're not doing that? We're having 2 separate independent meet and greets?
We can do a combined one if you want. What that would entail is that the rest of the schedules would have to be balanced, right? We would have one candidate meeting with department directors at 9 a.m. and then the second one meeting at 11 a.m. We'd have to schedule them throughout the day so we didn't have overlap. And then that evening we could do a meet and greet with both candidates there. I know that sounds awkward, but to tell you the truth, it really plays out well. People get involved in conversations with candidates. Everybody kind of finds their corner of the room, and hangs out there, and community members can mingle and go between the candidates and have dialogue. And that gives the community a little bit of time to informally give you feedback as council members of their thoughts too, after interacting with candidates in a setting like that. Either way works fine, Mayor.
Okay, what's the pleasure of council?
I can remember in the past, we had, both candidates would come to the council meeting.
Do y'all think Friday night or Monday?
Doesn't matter.
Either one. Well, I think Friday would be fine. I mean,
Yeah, I think Friday might be good.
and then schedule the public meeting for, late enough time where we can get good involvement.
Yeah. Like 5 to 7 or 8.
Now going back to my question, so at that meet and greet, that's not gonna be the interview, or will we do the interview at that time as well?
She was talking about
A separate interview, okay.
us interview during the day. So we'd have to be able to meet each one of them that day sometime.
That's for your independent one-on-one.
That's right.
Right.
What we did before, if I remember correctly, we did we had a meet and greet one evening, and then the candidates, they stayed the night.
Right.
We pay for the hotel accommodations, and then the next day, the community's already had the opportunity to discuss whatever they wanted to discuss with each individual council member. And then you guys did your interview that next day, if I remember correctly. Like your in-person interview where
Yeah.
the top two came in and.
I could see that too, because that would give them time Saturday to look around the community, and then we could have an evening meeting there to do the interview process.
So we would interview on Saturday during the day.
No, I would do it later so people can attend.
It'd be like Friday night,
Friday, and then do the interview Saturday.
then we would talk.
But also it gives them time to look at the community, to spend a little bit of time researching and going about on their own too, like what she was mentioned, looking at housing, looking at, whatever they might need, schools or.
So Friday the 7th and, do the meet and greet, and then on the 8th, we would meet with them and then everybody else would work out the departments and all that for Friday. I guess Friday afternoon.
So have a special call meeting on Saturday, the 8th, to do an interview with the top two.
Now, would we be interviewing like this, or would we just individually be meeting?
I think you should probably meet with them individually on Friday and then do the group interview, public interview on Saturday, if you're setting it up on Saturday. And then make a decision at the end of that interview.
Okay.
The meet and greet on Friday evening, maybe department director meetings on Friday afternoon. Community members can come after hours, after work hours on Friday evening.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, it's an official. Meet and greet. Are we agreed to have the meet and greet here in the council chambers?
I'm not sure.
Had them here before, we've had them downstairs. We've had them, downstairs is not an option.
No.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Blanche Hotel is right across the street.
Yeah.
Got hotel rooms that they can accommodate in, and we can have a meeting.
No, I'm not going to Blanche. I'm not going to Blanche.
You guys don't go into Blanche? I don't go into Blanche. Okay, yeah, I apologize.
Well, that's something.
It'll be, I think it'll be fine here. People come in and out, they don't usually.
Okay. All right, well, we'll work those details out, but we got the time, what she needs, I think.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all so much. You did a great job today. Little technical glitch here and there, but I think we accomplished what we wanted to. I think you're in good shape moving forward. And I will communicate with candidates and let them know what the plan is going forward. And I apologize again for holding you as long as I have. I'm sure everybody's hungry, so I'm gonna turn you loose and we'll call it a day of interviewing.
Okay, and thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Okay, we'll get back to our agenda. We have completed that. And now we'll do other business. Item 1, Mr. Kirkline.
Your Honor, first I spoke with the clerk earlier this morning, earlier today, and to address the speaker's complaints earlier about these items being added on. I looked, it appears the clerk's office did post a notice of a special meeting online. So that would meet the criteria for both the statute as well as the city council's rules of meeting.
Okay, go ahead.
I do recommend that the council, whenever you add items on, as we've done in the past on many occasions, that you do vote that the items are needed as a urgent matter. I believe that because you did have time to put them on the notice, then they would be considered non-urgent matters. But nonetheless, out of abundance of caution, I suggest that you ask for a motion ratifying that the other business items, number 1 and 2, are matters that need attention today.
Okay, is there a motion?
Second.
Been a motion and a second, any discussion? Ms. Sykes, call the roll.
Mr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Mayor Whit.
Yes, okay, take item 1.
Your Honor, in the past, there was a complaint against the city manager as well as others, since an employee, a complaint alleging misconduct as well as other things. The council procured an outside investigator to look into the allegations and make findings and conclusions, as well as any recommendations. That report has been, that investigation by the outside investigator has been concluded, and they rendered a written report. I'd recommend that you review it and there be a motion to adopt the findings and conclusions and close the investigation, or adopt partial findings, partial conclusions, or reject it and do the investigation yourself, as you always had the opportunity to as a city council, or have more outside investigation procured. In short, I'm saying, please do something with the report.
Okay. Are you talking about now or just in the near future?
I explained to the administration that put it on the agenda now or in the future, but the investigation is still open until it's concluded. The city council is responsible for investigating the complaints made against the city manager. So it's open until you do something. And the administration decided to put it on today's agenda for you to consider.
What's the pleasure, council?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the report as it was completed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been a motion and a second, any discussion? Ms. Sykes, call the roll.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question?
Uh.
I'm sorry, you have something?
Who's the complaint against?
I can pull up the complaint if you'll give me a moment.
Mayor, while he's looking up that, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
For the motion, accepting the report as completed, so we're saying that you're accepting the report as completed and you're considering it now closed.
That's correct.
Accepting recommendation.
Yes, so if you go to page 10 of the report that we all received on December 9th via email, that it was confidential until it's taken up, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Silverline?
That's correct.
Okay, so read through the report, it's 10 pages. The closing remarks are, if you want to skip to there, I did not find a basis for concluding that any witness interviewed was untruthful. If you get to the closing remarks, the investigation was reported and there's basically no wrongdoing found. Is that a summary that you would agree with, Mr. Coberline?
Yes, Mr. Simpson. Mayor, getting back to Councilmember Hill's question, because I don't know what the council's going to do, I'd like to try to preserve the exemption naming, but it's in the first page, the basis for the investigation, and it names the employee that filed the complaint on October 11th, and it states what the complaint is and against the other city employees. I guess there's 4, and it's in the second paragraph on page 1 at the last sentence of paragraph of the second paragraph.
Do you have it pulled up right there? Hold on, let's just show.
That's it.
That's right. This is who made the complaint.
All right. There's nothing further, Ms. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mayor Whit?
Yes. 92, City Council Resolution 2021-194. Ryan, read that by title.
I don't know what it is about me and you and my ability to have my First Amendment rights, but everything that you've asked me to do, I try to do it.
Right.
At least in order, filled out the paper, comment, talk. I put I was gonna speak on public comments.
Right.
I also /add I was gonna speak to this particular business, item 1 and 2.
Okay, I didn't say that you want to speak to this, but go ahead.
No. Let's go back to it. So, no, everybody's clear that I'm doing. You have my paper in front of you?
All right, Mr. Warren, turn the microphone on. Just the button there. Should turn green.
Do you have my paper in front of you, Mayor?
I don't.
Could you read that to me, please?
Says, business 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mayor, I guess my question, since I'm left out of the loop and being able to address the issues as it was going on, that this council has made a decision to accept those findings. I do understand, and I'm familiar with that case, and that individual has a right from the EOC to sue the city. Those findings are separate from his EOC complaint. However, I believe there's other things in that report that may be of information to citizens and the public for information purpose and consumption as to what they actually talked about and what they discussed as to them interviewing all these people as it relates to public works. Now that y'all concluded, please don't tell me that this is not also available to me, because I also filed an email for this information to be sent over to me as a public records request. So now where we're at, I have this issue that I want. I also have the issue that you're supposed to be checking into that I want. So am I going to get these public records requests? Because y'all just closed this investigation. So now this information should be made public. Right. So what I do not want to do is get into a litigation issue, which I think I would be successful as it relates to the public records law. So I want this one.
Okay.
Now it's concluded, and you're going to get me the information on the other one. But I need to know before I leave the podium, am I going to get this one? Or do I need to include this into the lawsuit?
Well, since I'm not gonna be sending it out, Mr. Copeland and Ms. Sykes, is there any reason you won't get this today?
That's the reason.
I'm not saying I got to get it today, but I want to make sure that I get it.
Do you want me to answer, Mayor?
If you want to.
That's why I clarified the motion to make sure that it was closed. If something's not closed, I can't give it to you.
I understand.
It's closed, I can give it to you. It's not a
Okay, this
problem.
is the full report.
Huh?
The full
Whatever they have.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's it, that's one full
I've
report.
not personally read it, but whatever they have received, I can give it to you.
Okay, and Ms. Sykes, I want you to say, I understand that when I do a public works request, that information is not coming from the clerk's office.
Yeah.
That you have to go to different departments and get different things, so I'm not holding you responsible for what I get, that I don't get.
And on the other one that you're asking the mayor about, he and I did have a discussion about that today. I do have something that I received yesterday that I can release now. On the other one that you asked him about.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just didn't get it, but I'll take care of it today before I.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and address item two while you're up there? Yeah.
Oh, man, I don't want to address item 2.
Mayor, can we stay with item 1 for the speaker and the council's benefit? The request is made. The record ought to be produced in the city's normal course of business, so not to disenfranchise anybody that's waiting, but it is 11 pages in length, single spaced, and there may be some exemptions there. So I would like for everyone to understand that unfortunately, there may be rules of law that are in place that the full report may not be provided, may be subject, just like every other record that's requested, to any exemptions. I don't recall any, but it needs to be reviewed.
Okay.
I've not looked at it yet, so.
So let's back up. So we're talking about full exemption, or we're talking about some type of redactions type stuff, what I understand where there's some redaction that will have to take place. And that's why I was saying that I don't need it today. I just need to know that I'm gonna get it to give your office time to redact any information that need to be redacted. I understand redactments with people and coworkers' names being mentioned that they probably wouldn't be a part of the report or even blacked out. Yeah, am I correct? Mayor?
I think that's a correct statement. I heard earlier that the full report, what the council has, be provided, and I wanted to make sure that our recording is clear that be provided after it's reviewed in normal course of business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, also, in this, what is her name? Norlock. You know, don't get me wrong, I don't know her personally, don't know much about her firm personally, other than they were a part of the organization that helped Suwannee County get their city manager. But to me, sitting in the audience, she seems to be playing up Mr. Adams. I mean, every term she makes, she's got Mr. Adams on her tongue, in her mouth, and breathing him out left and right. I'm just cautioning the council. I don't know what their relationship is. I don't know whether or not they have a relationship. But if it's obvious to me, I hope it's obvious to you all that every turn she turns, be it right, left, front, or back, she's always mentioning and playing him up. So I find that to be towing the line, and I find that to be an issue with me. Hopefully it's an issue with you all, and maybe y'all need to have that conversation that I think her job is to present all the candidates fairly and equally, and let you all make that decision as to who y'all want, and not to be overemphasizing one person over another.
Mr. Warren, I agree with you 100%. I picked up on every little thing pretty much that did come out of her mouth was Mr. Adams this, Mr. Adams that. Even when he said about him coming to visit the community, again, you can say that you was raised in Orange Park. Orange Park is not too far from here. Telling us that you was raised there, that don't mean you was raised there. So again, I agree with her. Well, I disagree with her on how she's playing him up. So with me saying that again made Mr. Adams my second choice, because this ranking system that they gave us, when she put his name up front, if you did the system the way that it's arranged, his name would have come up 3 times to Mr. Thomas once. The other 2 candidates, they didn't hold a candle to Mr. Adams. The guy that used to work here, I didn't like him because if he was hired, it would be pretty much the same as what we got now. Well, pretty much is what's going on now. So Mr. Adams, I mean, he had a good interview, but Miss Norlock was playing him up. And I wasn't impressed with that at all. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment on that. So through several discussions with Ms. Narlock, she was equally profusive on all of those candidates and the one who backed out as well. So I never, when talking to her one-on-one, got any idea that she was picking one over the other. And if anything, I would probably go a different direction with who I thought, and she made it clear, I'm not picking anyone. She said, I think any of these particular ones will be good for your community. I got the pros and cons for all of them, but I did personal research too, which I think is crucial. That's part of our job, is to research the candidates and see, what's their background? What can we find out through publicly available resources about them? And I think that if you don't do that, I think you're negligent in your job. But I do think it was quite clear that the two were far and away the top two.
I don't deny that Mr. Adams' resume was good. I think he held his own in the interview process. I'm not putting a bad mark toward Mr. Adams. I'm not saying anything good or bad about Mr. Thomas, but I sat through the interview process of $25,000 that taxpayers are paying, including yourself as a taxpayer, and I'm a local business guy, and I employ about 400 people plus. I know when recruitment people are playing people up. You can go back and look at the interview. Perception is totally out of the realm of what we're talking about. If you go back, the amount of times that she mentioned Mr. Adams versus anybody else, because she comes around and cleans it up and say, hey, now, just because I'm mentioning Mr. Adams, she said this, doesn't mean that I'm telling y'all that this is your guy. But she did play him up, Todd. And so,
what was the response to a question? She was asked about Mr. Adams coming here, and then she mentioned him.
No, that was today. I'm talking about on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. I sat here and I listened to every word that she said. That was my whole purpose of taking time out to be a part of this process. And Jake heard it. I don't know what's the best about. It's there. And I think that's why Mr. Bowden and other people have said, be very careful at whether or not she becomes a consultant or whether or not she becomes an influencer. I think people saying those things because they're picking up on her line of conversation as it relates to Mr. Adams. I think Mr. Adams' resume and his interview style and his interview response, you guys will have to judge that for yourselves. I'm talking about her level of professionalism. I'm talking about Norlock. Nothing against Mr. Adams. I'm talking about how she has made it her business to play him up.
And I think that was a concern I had from them in the beginning. And even in a discussion with her, I think I can share now. I told her, I said, going into this, I was not, thinking that this was the best direction for us to go to use you. But with the product that came out, I was kind of impressed with, the ability to get the right applicants. So, but I agree with that.
I have no problem with the product, Todd. My issue continues to be, it's almost if, and I'll let you go out this, it's almost if Norlock is choosing our next city manager. That's just how I feel. I'm not saying that none of you guys are not intelligent enough to ask your own questions when the time comes and you make your own choices. But by God, it almost feel like she has almost given us our next city manager based on the questions, based on the grade sheet, based on this, based on that. I have seen or heard nothing that the council plans on doing outside of what she's recommended. And maybe I see something about that after the first year from you guys, but as to this point and to this date, I have seen nothing from the council itself, from our elected officials whose responsibility is to choose the next city manager based on the needs of the citizens and what you see the needs are for the community and infrastructure and growth, that you all have not taken an independent role in this. I'm just being straight up. You're a businessman, Todd. I'm a businessman. Jake formerly owned his own company. As business people, we understand how this process goes. And so I would just like to see the council take a more independent role and approach to who our next city manager is. And maybe tell Ms. Norlock, we appreciate you for how far you've gotten us, but we got it from you. That's just my opinion.
Okay, we'll move to item 2, City Council Resolution 2021-194. Mr. Caroline, would you read that by title?
A resolution of City Council of the City of Lake City, Florida, accepting the resignation of Michael D. Williams as interim city manager, effective December 31st, 2021 at 5 p.m. appointing Paul Dow for management services related to the vacant city manager position, authorizing the addition of Paul Dow as an authorized signer of all checks, vouchers, transfers, or disbursements on all bank accounts of the city of Lake City, Florida, and providing for an effective date period.
Is there a motion of City Council Resolution 2021-194?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion for approval of City Council Resolution 2021-194.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is in the time that he's doing this position, I would think he would be compensated for doing this position. I don't know if we would need a full contract, but because hopefully it's a short period of time. But I do think we should compensate him similarly to what we've been doing
Right.
in that position. So does that need to be part of this motion?
It's a great question. Mr. Dow's here. We did discuss this, I think yesterday. Yes, yesterday. And it's something that council needs to consider. Historically, you have increased the rate of pay for someone stepping in if they were already employed with the city. As far as an employment agreement, I discussed that with the city's insurer, and a resolution would be preferred, as we've done in the past also with current employees. We could bring back a resolution with the increased compensation and anything else as far as benefits. But it would need to be addressed today, be a lot more cleaner, so that it could, rather than be retroactive, it would be proactive to October 1st or whenever he takes.
January 1.
See. Yeah, I think it said October 1st, or January.
Okay. That's all part of the motion.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then you bring him back.
I would suggest that you accept the resolution with any benefits. So there needs to be a discussion here amongst yourself about what you're doing, if anything, on increased compensation or anything else. That is, Mr. Dow made himself available to discuss that if you need to discuss it with him.
I'm good with what we've been doing the last two.
I would think that would be fair.
Is that okay, Mr. Dow?
Yes.
Anybody else have any?
When you say you're just talking about strictly compensation at this
Right.
point, okay. And that was what, 120?
I think so.
120?
All right, anything else we need? Ms. Doctor, you call the roll, please.
Okay, so there's no additional benefits coming back? It's just the 120 compensation. We're approving the resolution and the 120 compensation increase in pay as of January 1.
I guess so.
Everybody?
All right.
Okay. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
Mayor Witt?
Yeah, thank you for skipping me again on number 2, but you don't have the whole thing again without.
Earlier, before we started, when we got to item 2, I said, do you want to speak on item 2?
Man, you can't have me at the podium and then don't call me to the podium and bring back to the podium when I'm up there and make me want to speak on issues other than the time that I had to have you all discuss the issue.
We were on item 2. I said, do you want to speak on item 2?
Go ahead, man. It's your world. Go ahead. I'm fine.
Okay. We're adjourned.
Mr. Dow, welcome aboard.
Good luck.
You don't get for all that.